You guys don't know how to have any fun. Oh, God. We are not professional dancers here. That's Dancing with the Stars. That's pro ballroom. Gosh, guys, lighten up. Jeez Louise. I'm just trying to spread the cultural love, you know? Yes, I am down the rabbit hole. I am. I'm just trying to spread the cultural love. And you guys are not participating properly. Now, I know some of those were like, I mean, I guess I don't know. I just looked some of those up real quick as examples. I wasn't looking for professionals, but I mean, that's what came up. So like, oh well, guys, like I don't know what you want from me. And uh who was it? Journey, I showed belly dancing. You missed it. Or you saying the belly dancer was too professional? Is that what you were saying? Hold on, let me see. Let me see. I showed belly dancing. Let me see. How about this one? Yo, give me a year. Give me a year. I'm gonna be a belly dancing professional, okay? I was up this morning doing my exercise and I had a freaking blast. Let me tell y'all something. If you are not dancing, I don't know what you're doing with your life. And not just any kind of dancing, whatever kind suits you. This is the kind that suits me. And to be honest with you, I don't even think I meant belly dancing, but now I'm stuck. Like I didn't realize there was a difference between like the North African, Middle Eastern belly dancing versus like the dance they do in the Pacific. I didn't know there was a difference. I just knew it was a lot of hipping. But there's a difference. So I think I meant more so like uh the Pacific Islander. I think that's more so what I meant. I forgot what it's called, but I'm stuck now because I done started some shit and I'm gonna finish what I started. I had a blast. And I would have done it live, but y'all can't be trusted. You see how y'all acting now? Y'all can't be trusted. Mm-mm. You can't be trusted to not laugh. No. No, 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 no. I like that strip dancing one. Oh, I didn't even do pole dancing. I'll do that one the next time we go live. I should have put pole dancing in there. Oh, well. Oh well. I should have put pole dancing though. I was trying to show you guys different types of dance because I wanted to talk about my experience doing beginner level belly dancing this morning. And y'all, I got more rhythm than I gave myself credit for. The problem is, like Jen said, I just wasn't practicing. I just wasn't trying because I'm sitting here trying to get my Arabic on. I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here I'm trying to. Wait, I think I'm doing it wrong. I forgot to move. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get my Arabic on. I'm trying to get it on, and my black is coming out. The black card I didn't know I had. Right? We talked about this yesterday. Belly dancing is a skill. It's a skill. And there's certain moves, right? When you get to shimmying or when you get to bouncing the knees and moving the hips, you damn near want to do salsa. That's the Latin coming out. I mean, I'm not Latin, but I'm just saying, like I'm not a Latina, but I'm just saying if you've done a little bit of salsa or bachata, it starts to come out a little bit when you're trying to learn the belly dancing, or if you're black, a little bit of, that culture comes out. So that's why I wanted to show you guys the differences in the rhythm, because we basically all the same people. We basically all the same people. What is with all this hate in the world? I don't understand. I showed you West African, I showed you North African, North African, Middle Eastern, I showed you Latin, and I showed you the ghetto. It don't matter if it's the white ghetto or it's the black ghetto twerking. I mean, twerking don't have to be ghetto, but I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. So mm, that was the point. I forgot to include the pole dancing because that does count, but it was fun. I had a blast. Uh, there's a lot of black Arabs, nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm not gonna say it. I mean American black. I mean like black, born here black. Your ancestors might have been slaves black. I'm talking about that kind of black, not diaspora black. Okay, I know my North African, East African brothers and sisters. Okay, like I get it, but I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about blackety black. There's a difference. We here, we're here, but we're also here. Okay. I think that like your North African Arabs probably have more in common with the Middle East than they do with African Americans. You know, I just, but we all. That's what I'm just saying. We're all the same at the end of the day. Like I don't even know why this matters. Like I don't even know. I'm just trying to point out the rhythm similarities. So here in America, a lot of our dance in the Black community stems from West Africa, of a West African persuasion. That's where a lot of the bouncing of the hips and the bouncing of the butt and the shaking and the twisting and the rolling and the twirling. That's where a lot of that comes from. But I realized with trying to do the belly dance, there's a lot of like sharp accents, and it's kind of hard to not blackify it because we tick and we roll and we whine. It's kind of hard to not add the fluidity to the movement. It's very, especially like Latin dances too. Like it's very hard when you have to isolate doing the belly dance. Oh, it's hard. It's extremely difficult because while she's bop bop bop, you want to do all of this, and it's like nah, we not doing that. It's like we not doing all of that. You gotta isolate. It's the isolation is hard. It's hard with the hip drop is very hard. It's fun. You guys should try it. It's fun. It's fun. Okay. On days I don't want to go outside to walk, I get in my garage and learn new line dances. 10K step. What is line dances? Is that like a particular genre of dance? Line dance. Are you talking about like the electric slide? Am I being slow right now? Hold on. This is not what this topic is about, but y'all gonna have to bear with me. Oh well. Line dancing. What happens if I look up line dancing? I should know what that is, but I don't. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, is that the one I just played? Oh, the cowboy stuff. Is that what that is? I didn't know that's what that was called. Hold on, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all. I didn't know that had a. Y'all, I thought this was called. That's not called square dancing? I thought that was called square dancing. Oops. You're proud that I say Arabic correctly? How else are you supposed to say it? We all the same people. Why all the hate in the world? Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Like listen, I love being black. I love being American black, even though America be acting stupid sometimes. So I appreciate the uniqueness of the black experience in America. Um, but when it comes to dance, when it comes to music, all right, there's a lot of overlap. And it was so fascinating because I'm like, why why does my body want to twist and whine in a way, because I didn't spend a lot of my life dancing, but I've seen a lot of dancing. Like I've absorbed a lot of dancing in the black community. So if I could dance, I know what I would want to do, and it was like coming out as I was trying to I was trying to do the hip drop, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna get this shit. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. Oh, that was line dancing. Okay. So I secretly want to learn how to line dance. That's why I put it in there. I thought it was called square dancing. I didn't know that. So if that's called line dancing, I secretly want to learn that. I want to put on some cowgirl boots with some booty shorts, a crop top, a baby T crop top, 3T if you will, cowgirl hat, and I wanna hit the yeehaw. I do. I do. Um, a lot of fraternity stepping and strolling comes from African traditions. That's what I'm saying. Like in America, I mean, if there's a ton, like there's 11 ethnicities of black, right? You got black Cubans, you got black Americans, you got black West Africans, you got black North Africans, you got black South Africans, you got you got a bunch of different ethnicities of black, right? But in America, a lot of our dance comes from West Africa because of the slave trade. You got Brazilian blacks, okay? Um, so there's a lot of stepping, there's a lot of hip rocking and rolling, there's a lot of booty bouncing, there's a lot of that. There's a oh my gosh, there's a lot of that. And I'm just like, I can't do none of that. But in reality, I probably could if I tried. I probably could if I tried, because I'm telling y'all, I told Jen there's a rhythm gene, or there's a dance gene or something. Cause I'm telling y'all, there's no reason, there's no reason why I was blackifying the belly dance. I'm like, no, that's not how you do it. Stop, waste. Like, stop it. Gosh. Square dancing is generally done with a partner. Okay, see, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. But the point is, when it comes to the stepping, um, the hip movements and all of that, there's a lot of overlap. But you still appreciate the differences, the cultural differences of different groups of people. I just don't know why we gotta fight. Why can't we all just go to a belly dancing class and then go to a twerking class and then learn how to line dance and then slide down a pole, like and then hit some salsa, maybe a little tap dancing or flamenco. Like, I don't understand why we have to fight. I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But hello, everyone. Hey, Keto and the Miss. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome. Um, I'm in a good mood again today, and apparently, y'all really enjoyed yesterday's stream. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Now, I don't know if it's just because we had a good time or if it's because y'all toxic. I don't know which one it is. It's at 1,000 views so far, which of course with the verticals it has further reach. But y'all seem to even the playback, like y'all seem to have enjoyed enjoyed yourselves last night, okay? Line dancing is amazing. I love it. I can do it, but I'm from the country. If you can't line dance in the country, then you're not country. No, I'm a city girl, which is why I refuse to go to Texas until I know how to line dance. In my mind, am I stereotyping? In my mind, Texas equals line dance. I'm not going to Texas embarrassing myself. I'm not doing it. Mm-mm. 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 I'm not going to Texas embarrassing myself. I'm not doing it. Okay. That's incorrect. Texas and line dancing? Texas, I ain't talking about which one is the like predominantly black city in Texas? Are there any? Is it Houston? Is it Dallas? I'm talking about where the white people at. The rest of Texas. Like Texas, they don't line dance in Texas. Which state would that be then? Which state has the yeehaw? Which state is the yeehaw with the cowboy hats? I want that one. I want to go there and do some line dancing. I want to hit the yeehaw the way Journey. Am I saying this right? I don't even know what it means. But we was doing the belly dance, and she was like yalla yalla, and I'm like, what does it mean? What does it mean, Journey? Is it like our definition? Is it like our way of saying like, hey, like what does it mean? She was getting it. Do y'all want to see what I was doing? Let me show y'all. It was fun. It was fun. I might have to do one of them live, because let me tell y'all something. I was doing it without being able to see myself because I was outside, and then there was a moment where I caught my reflection in the glass door. And I'm like, oh, let me just do it facing this way so I can see my reflection. And listen, okay, as long as you slow it down, I'm not as far off. I'm not as far off as you might think. Okay, I'm not as far off as you might think. Let me show y'all real quick the class that I was doing. It was so much fun, and y'all, I'm in more shape than I thought. I wasn't out of breath. It was hard. It was hard, but it was 30 minutes, and I actually had to do 45 minutes, so I had to do an additional 15 minutes. Let me show you guys, and then we'll get into the topic. Well, we'll get into some updates about me, and then we'll get into the topic. So this is the channel that I found, and I'm gonna skip through the warm-up. I'm gonna skip through the warm-up and get into some of the hip dropping. Okay, let's see. This came out right there when she was telling you not what to not do. Her black just came out.
Open up. Good. Palms down. 4, 3. We're gonna do doubles. Ready? Hup. Double and double. That means 2, 2. Beautiful. Take it back. You're at Target now. You gotta have a little aggressive. Costco, take it for a little aggressive, or you're not gonna get in line. Take it back. Now you're gonna take a belly dance. We're gonna go.
Oh my God, the shimmy! It's so freaking hard.
Let's go. Inhale up and down.
I dare you. Stand up right now and try to shimmy. Stand up right now and try to shimmy without moving your whole body. It's hard.
Foot position, I should say. Heels kiss. Squeeze. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Releve, high heel shoe. Tuck, lift, roll, sit, lift, drop. Now the goal is to lift the hip without this happening. We have to learn to elevate, tuck, hold, heels. 4, 5, 6.
That right there.
Up, open, long leg. And hold.
That's when my black girl was coming out. It was hard. It's hard. It's them sharp accents are hard.
And let's go.
Okay, I'm done. I'm enough with the dance. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You can shimmy your ass off. I'ma learn it, reindeer. My knees hyperextend. Okay, it's in the knees. It's in the knees. I'm telling you, it's in the knees. I had surgery in one knee. Part of my meniscus is missing, and the other one hyperextends. But I'm gonna get that shit together. Okay, I'm gonna get it together. So that was fun. I encourage you to dance if you're not, for exercise, for fun, for mood enhancer. And I will come on here and fumble through some belly dancing for y'all. But don't laugh at me, Nicole, Shawnee. Okay. Jen don't laugh at much of anything, so I'm not worried about her. All right, guys. So how's everyone doing? We are going to talk about BMI and waist circumference tonight because apparently people think that saying that you have a problem with BMI is the end of the health story, and I'm sick of it. Okay. Plus, Jen asked me to do this. Jen asked me to do this as far as the waist circumference thing, which I was already going to talk about, but why not talk about it tonight? Okay. Mm-hmm. So let me give you guys some updates first. Some housekeeping. Real quick, I'm gonna run through it because we spent too much time talking about dancing. It is day 5 before my shot, and I'm not playing no games. I'm just gonna go ahead and take my shot today. I'm supposed to take it on Monday. Ludio's fast approaching, and I'm ready for her this month. Okay. What I mean by that is I have discovered after 30 years that my hunger isn't, well, some of you guys told me this before, but I still didn't pay attention to it. Well, now I'm ready. So the first half of the cycle, the menstrual cycle, your appetite drops, and the second half it increases. And that's why every goddamn month I gain weight right before my cycle, and then it falls right back off, once my cycle starts. So this month I'm ready. I'm gonna try to see if I can keep the scale from ticking up. A lot of this is hormonal, okay, but I think the part that gets left out of the hormonal conversation is like weight gain is not magic, right? Hormones control these things, but more often than not, what's being controlled is the hunger that's leading to more eating, right? It's not just, oh, hormonal spike, boop, you gained weight by breathing. No, you didn't realize you got more hungry. That happens with steroids. It happens with estrogen. It happens with if your insulin drops too low, right? Like or your blood sugar drops too low, like if you take too much insulin. So different hormones have, it happens with your thyroid hormones. Different hormones have different effects on hunger. So this luteal, I am going to take a bit of a different approach. Instead of having my head in the clouds, I'm gonna see. I read this in Dr. Fung's book, or no, I think it was a video I watched. But I'm gonna see what happens if I try lowering my carbs and increasing my protein. The reason why is because carbs are appetite stimulating. Not that they're bad or anything. Like, I'm at a place in my life where I can have carbs if I want them. But they do stimulate your appetite, especially depending on the type of carbs. Like, I'm eating white potatoes instead of sweet potato. I'm eating white rice instead of brown rice. Okay. So I'm going to drop the carbs for the next up until my cycle starts because it's irregular. So I'm assuming I'm approaching my luteal now. But there's no guarantee on when my cycle will actually start. So I'm gonna try monitoring the hunger, one, by taking my shot earlier, but also dropping the carbs, dropping the sugar, and increasing the protein. That's my approach. Can't guarantee it'll work. Can't guarantee it'll work, but that's typically what's happening that's causing the weight gain, and from menopause and your cycle and pregnancy. These hormones are there for a number of different reasons. They help with fat distribution, but like they tell the fat where to go, but it's also hunger as well. All right. So that's what I'm gonna do, and I will let you guys know how that works out for me. And that's pretty much it. We talked about the belly dancing. That's fun. I'm gonna continue to do that, and I will do some of that live for you guys. Cause what the fuck ever? Like, who cares? There's so much anger in the world. Like, who cares about being judged on some dancing? I do, but like, I'm fastly approaching. I don't give a fuck. I'm fastly approaching. I don't give a fuck. Okay. All right. I still crave chocolate. I always never dropped when she was coming, so annoying, but now in maintenance doesn't happen anymore. Yeah, I mean, it cravings go up. I just was never paying attention to it. I'm like, every month my cycle gets me. Every month I start eating like a maniac. But this month I'm ready. I'm ready this month. I'm ready this month. I'm telling y'all, that's the 2 weeks, the second half of your cycle leading up until the first day, which is when it starts. Like that's when the bleeding starts. That's the first day. Sorry, TMI, any guys listening. Carbs, I believe, is why all the people who are having issues losing the weight and they complain they're not or feel more hungry even at the highest dose. Well, yeah, carbs are appetite stimulating foods. Excuse me. We're gonna get into how people refuse to learn anything. I'm sorry. This is not a red banner stream. It's not. It's not a red banner stream. We're not bringing out insanity reigns. There's no reason for that. But I mean, I'm gonna be my usual candid self because y'all seem to have fun. Y'all seem to have fun with that. So I mean, why not? But like, we're gonna talk about how people run their mouths and just refuse to learn anything. But we're gonna look at it from the perspective of BMI. And I don't have a weigh-in for you guys today because I won't be weighing in until tomorrow. But I suspect I didn't lose 2 pounds this week, but I think it's because I'm back in the gym. So I got back in the gym last weekend after I had already weighed in. And so with exercise, my appetite is naturally going to be increased anyway, but I just need to be mindful of what I'm picking to eat. And I think I had a pretty, a high carb week. So we'll see. I'll step on the scale tomorrow and see, but I don't think I'm down 2 pounds, but I'm still ahead in my 20-pound objective by the end of 75 hard. I should also mention Project Miami has been moved up. I don't want to cancel Project Miami, but my time frame has been cut in half. So as long as a hurricane doesn't blow Miami away or is not projected to be there when I'm going in about maybe 3.5 weeks, I'm gonna be there, but I don't think I'm gonna be as ready as I want it to be. But that just means I have to make sure I'm keeping it right and tight. But we ain't talking about that tonight. We'll talk about that another day. And another thing, I don't feel like going shopping for it. I was hoping I would be going in September so I would have time to like recoup my desire to shop. I don't feel like it. And get the 20 pounds off. I don't feel like it. So yeah. One of the main reasons I couldn't lose weight, that depot, hormones. It is birth control. Yeah. Um, oh, you take it for fibroids. Okay. The depot is infamous for causing weight gain. Like it is. It's infamous for causing weight gain. I don't even know how it works. I've had a few different birth control methods over the years. But I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Is it used to stop the dog from coming every month? For some people, if some people have extremely heavy cycles, then they will get on birth control to control the bleeding. But that's not no, we it's for birth control. It's for birth control. Like it's your cycle the way a lot of birth control works, like the majority of them, but it doesn't happen for everyone, is that it adjusts your hormones so that you're not preparing for pregnancy every month. Like that's what our cycle. Well, you probably know this. I don't even. For those that don't know though, um, the reason for the cycle and the bleeding is because we didn't get pregnant. Yay us! Yay us! Yay us! Yay us! We take like with like boo bleeding, but yay because we're not pregnant. But if you do get pregnant, no cycle for most people. Some people still get it, but for most people. So when you get on birth control, it's disrupting that hormonal cycle that's constantly preparing for pregnancy. So the bleeding stops. The bleeding stops. All right. So you guys continue to have your cycle conversation in the chat. Let's get into which one of y'all I'm dragging today, okay? And I'm gonna get into my handy dandy comment section. All right. Now, oh, what? Thank you guys for the likes on this Chat GPT post, because if you haven't seen it, we're gonna go over it today. But like, I promise y'all, I'm not that smart. Like, I just I've spent the better part of a decade in the thick of it with weight loss research. So I just happen to have a decent amount of information, probably more than the average person, some self-experimentation, and deduction, like 1 + 1 = 2, a little bit of common sense. Okay, I'm not right about everything. I don't know everything, but when it comes to BMI, I mean, what I've been saying lately wasn't based on any particular BMI research, and it wasn't based on AI. It was just based on, uh, in my mind, a little bit of common sense. Like, I, I don't know. I don't know. We'll get into it, but I was feeling a little bit uneasy coming into this stream. Like, I knew I was gonna do this yesterday, so I'm like, why didn't I just go to ChatGPT? It's 2026. We can do that. So I asked ChatGPT, how can BMI be useful or helpful? And I posted the output in my community, and it was basically, but more eloquently, what I was saying. Like, it was basically what I was saying. But I got a comment, and that's where we're gonna start from. Okay. I got a comment. I got a comment from um 7 days. I think that's what your name says. Hold on. Shout out to you for the comment. Okay. Does this say 7 days or is it 7 day? What's AWK? I know it says grind, but 7 days. 7 days a weight grind? 7 days a week? 7 days a week. 7 days a week. I'm stupid. See, I told you I'm not that smart. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, 7 days a week. 7 days a week grind. Okay, so we're just gonna call you 7 days, all right? Um, so I was sharing the live stream for today, and the title is you can ignore BMI, but that waist circumference is gonna tell the truth. Or it's not gonna lie. I'm sorry. And 7 days says BMI is a scam, in my opinion. Doesn't account what is fat and what is muscle. And I simply said catch the stream, okay? So shout out to 7 days for the comment, but we are going to use your comment as an example of why I go so hard in the paint for BMI, even though I hate answer keys. But that comment is going to be the example probably for the rest of the stream, because 7 days is not the only person that feels that way. Now listen, you can argue, you can fight, you can kick, you can fuss, you can yell to the moon, okay? You can deny, you can be delusional, you can do whatever you want to go against BMI, right? But the reality is there's a lot of obese and morbidly obese people trying to dismiss BMI. We'll go into some of the reasons why. There's a lot of normal weight people. I don't know which one 7 days is, but there's a lot of normal weight people also trying to dismiss BMI. So we're going to get into, well, what the hell is the point? And then we're going to get into also, well, you could dismiss BMI all you want to the obese people, but that waist is still not wasting the way it's supposed to waste. So how you going to get out of that? We might even go to TikTok and see what the people have to say about BMI, because that's where I'll be seeing all the pushback at. Like, you can ignore height to weight if you want to. I'm going to give you a reason why you shouldn't, but you can ignore it if you want to. But you know what's not going to lie? You know what's not going to lie? When you take that measuring tape and put it around your waist. It's not going to lie. So let's get into what ChatGPT had to say about BMI and the question that I specifically asked. I'm pretty sure if you ask a different question, maybe you'll get a different answer. But let's get into the question and answer. The question that I asked and the answer that was given. Okay. I'm going to read it. I'm going to fly right through it. So I asked ChatGPT, is there a way BMI can be useful, right? Because people always argue for throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Oh, it's flawed. It's racist. European white men's and okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's get into whether or not BMI can even be useful. So, from ChatGPT, it says yes, BMI is often criticized and sometimes for good reasons, but it still has legitimate uses when it's applied appropriately. Now, there's going to be plenty of people that would choose to just ignore that, like 7 days. I hurt you, but it's like, it's a scam. It doesn't count for this. It's like, even AI knows, even your local AI knows that, sure, it's criticized for good reason, but it also has some helpful uses if used appropriately. See, context matters. And that's the thing that a lot of people want to leave out when talking about BMI and talking about obesity. Okay. So let's continue. Here are the situations where BMI is useful. Population health. BMI is a good tool for studying trends across millions of people. It correlates reasonably well with the risk of conditions like type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, and some cancers across large groups. Why do we have beef with that? If we're looking at a population and using BMI as a trend, BMI numbers as a trend, why would we have a problem or beef with correlation, not causation, the correlation with other metabolic diseases or issues or cancers or whatever? Why would we be so dismissive of that fact, not opinion, but fact? Okay, let's continue. Quick screening. In a doctor's office, BMI can be a simple first pass screening tool to identify people who may benefit from further evaluation. It's not intended to be a diagnosis. Are we following so far? Not seeing a reason to throw the baby out with the bathwater yet. It's a screening tool. You know what else doesn't account for muscle composition? Your blood work. But you still get blood work done. It doesn't account for muscle. It doesn't say anything about muscle. It doesn't tell you anything about muscle. But you get your blood work done. You know what else doesn't account for muscle? A sleep apnea test, a sleep study. But you still get sleep studies done if you're snoring or if you can't breathe in your sleep. You know what else doesn't account for muscle? An x-ray. You still get x-rays done. You know what else doesn't account for muscle? Measuring tape. You know what else doesn't account for muscle? The way your clothes fit. You know what else doesn't account for muscle? A scale. So we're going to throw BMI out because it doesn't account for muscle. Well, let's see if that's worth throwing it out over. Tracking large weight changes. If someone loses or gains a significant amount of weight, BMI reflects that change and can show movement between risk categories. Sounds reasonable to me. Where BMI becomes less useful, it doesn't distinguish fat from muscle. A muscular athlete may have a high BMI while having very little body fat. Didn't I tell y'all that what do you call it? Caveat was meant for athletes? I told y'all this a few live streams back, or maybe it was in the video that I did at the Biltmore. That caveat of muscle and fat, oh, it doesn't account for the muscle and body composition and all of that. That caveat was meant for athletes that might be on the heavier side because they have a lot of muscle. They have more muscle than they have body fat. It wasn't meant for you 40 BMI people. It wasn't meant for you 35 BMI people. It wasn't even meant for you 29, 30 BMI people. It wasn't meant for y'all. It wasn't meant for you. Like it wasn't, not saying BMI wasn't meant for you, but that caveat of, well, we got to be mindful of the muscle. They were talking about athletes. Like, yeah, we could say that applies to everyone, but how many people are walking around with more muscle than they have body fat? So you wouldn't want a 5'5", 170-pound athlete. That's heavy. That's thick. You wouldn't want that person being classified as having a higher risk for certain diseases because they're falling into the obese category. They was talking about them, not y'all. The rest of y'all, this is a decent marker. It's not the only marker. It's not even the most important marker, but it's a piece of the puzzle. Let's continue. It doesn't account for where fat is stored. Excess abdominal visceral fat is generally associated with greater health risk than stored elsewhere. Now, there's a lot of people, especially depending on what ethnicity you're talking about. We'll get into that when we get into waist circumference, that are bottom heavy. They have a lot of subcutaneous fat in their thighs and hips, and their stomach is virtually on flat. Like their stomach and their back is virtually on flat. But that ain't the majority of the population. That damn sure don't account for the men. That's more of a woman thing, to be more hippie and have the hip fat and the butt fat and have a smaller waist. So that person that has a lot of subcutaneous fat, they may be overweight. They may even have a decent weight to hip to waist ratio, but they don't have a lot of fat around the organs. So they wouldn't, the scale and their height may say that they're obese when you do the calculation, but it's important to account for where that fat is, and that's where BMI falls short. How does that mean don't use BMI and BMI is a scam? So if it's being applied as a one size fits all and as an only marker, then yeah, that would be a little scamish. But I don't think that's what's happening. I think that's the only marker that people consider and then blame the doctors for considering that marker. All you heard was BMI, but they told you your hemoglobin A1C is on diabetes. They told you that. They told you your blood pressure was on hypertension. They tried to put you on different medications that, sometimes we don't want to be on. I get it. They told you to lose the weight. They may not have measured your waist circumference. I feel like we should do that at the doctor's office, or teach people how to do it at home. Give your patients some homework. But it's like all you heard was BMI and obese, and you're like, I don't gotta listen to that. That's some racist European white male. It don't account for my muscle. I got a lot of muscle under this fat. Sure, because you're carrying around an extra 150 pounds of fat. Yeah, you got muscle under there. It don't mean that fat ain't causing disease. It don't mean that fat ain't causing problems, especially when it's around the midsection. But what do I know? Let's continue. It ignores differences in age, sex, and body composition. That's basically the same thing. It doesn't tell you anything about your fitness level, strength, blood pressure, cholesterol, blood sugar, or other markers of health. So it's a marker. It's not the only marker. You still have to check your cholesterol. You still have to check your blood sugar. You still have to check all of these other things. Why does BMI get thrown out? A lot of y'all are just repeating a mantra. BMI is flawed. BMI is flawed. BMI is flawed. BMI is a scam. BMI is racist. BMI white men. Like, okay, AI just laid it out for you. Ways that it can be helpful, areas where it falls short. And you know what you do in the areas that it falls short? You look at other markers. Get you a DEXA scan. Or like Journey mentioned, get you a body composition scale. I mean, I don't know how accurate they are, but whatever. Measure your waist. Get your blood work done. There are some heavier people that are more fit, like as far as being able to do certain activities, than some lighter weight people. But that just means that they had more practice at it, and they're better equipped because they've done it more. So if like your BMI is not gonna tell whether or not you have sleep apnea or type 2 diabetes. But your blood work is also not going to tell whether or not you're obese or have excess body fat. Your cholesterol is not going to tell you whether or not you have type 2 diabetes or cancer. We're following? Okay, let's finish up. For someone actively improving their health, especially through strength training or using a GLP-1 medication, BMI is only one small piece of the picture, but it is a piece of the picture. It's a small piece, but it's a piece. Not seeing why we have to get rid of it. A more complete picture comes from combining, this is what I said, combining BMI with measures such as waist circumference or waist to height ratio, which we're going to talk about today, body fat percentage, even if estimated, muscle mass and strength, blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol and triglycerides, how you feel, move, and perform in daily life. In other words, BMI is best viewed as a screening tool, not a score of your health. It can point to areas worth looking into, but it shouldn't be used by itself to judge whether someone is healthy or unhealthy. I'm not understanding where the scam is. And I'm picking on 7 days because it's like, it's a scam in my opinion. What is that opinion based on? The fact that it doesn't account for muscle? Half the country is overweight. And when they talked about adjusting the criteria for obesity, the numbers went up. I don't even know if it became official, but if they adjust the criteria for obesity, if they adjust the threshold, more people will be obese than not. But we talking about muscle in people that have a 40 BMI. We talking about muscle in people that have a 35, 38, 39 BMI, 45 BMI, 47 BMI. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So I just wanted to share that because I now have backup in what I've been saying about BMI, which is I get it. I get what people are saying. It's the why they're saying it though. And a lot of y'all are just saying that because y'all just repeating information that has been said over and over and over and over again. Y'all are repeating it the same way people repeat eat less, move more. Y'all are repeating it the same way people repeat calories in, calories out. No matter how many times it fails for the majority of people, not everybody, you just keep repeating it. You just keep repeating it. I just saw a post on Instagram. You can eat whatever you want as long as you're in a calorie deficit. Okay. You can lose weight eating whatever you want. I'm starting to think that like there's a lot of purposeful propaganda around eating junk food and losing weight. Because what is the point of even pushing that you could eat whatever you want and lose weight? If that was true, which it is not unless you're on a GLP-1 for the most part. Some people still struggle. But like what would be the point of pushing that? The calories people are the calories in, calories out, calorie deficit only. Not saying calorie deficits don't work, but if that's your only mindset and you've never heard of the hormones, you don't even consider the hormones, you don't want to listen, y'all are just being willfully ignorant. You're attacking BMI because BMI is attacked. You're saying eat less, move more because eat less, move more is the standard. You're saying cut your calories and eat what you want because you've heard other people say it. But if I ask you to explain it to me, you can't. If I ask you what a calorie is and how it works and how the body measures it, you wouldn't be able to tell me. If I ask you, how do we find out how much calories is in a food? You wouldn't be able to tell me. If I asked you, how does your body process broccoli calories versus potato calories versus Oreo calories, you wouldn't be able to tell me. You wouldn't be able to tell me. But it's calories in, calories out, just cut your calories and you'll lose the weight. BMI is flawed. BMI is a scam. I'm picking on you 7 days, but BMI is a scam. You ain't the only one that say it. You ain't the only one that say it. I love BMI. We know, Sean. I'm dead. They saying it so they can keep eating. Keep eating. Put down the fork. I say put down the fork. That's a negative in my opinion. And COS is an example of that, hence why she is having difficulty losing weight, and she's a size 12, 14 pants. I think of it as a negative too. I just acknowledge that I got away with a lot because I had the help of a GLP-1. Like my diet would have been much tighter, and it used to be whenever I would lose weight in the past. Like my diet would have been cleaned up a long time ago if I was just focused on fasting and low carb. It would have been cleaned up a long time ago. But with the help, like with being on a GLP-1, I kept playing around. I did. So I still lost weight, but like I didn't lose weight as fastly as quickly as I could. Um, so with that being said, okay, I'm in a good mood. Let's go to TikTok. Let's go to TikTok. TikTok. Now I'm not the BMI police. I'm not waving the BMI flag like we need BMI in our lives. They could get rid of BMI tomorrow, and if they replaced it with something better, I wouldn't give two shits. I'd be like, yay, finally, I don't like Ansel Keys. So it's not that I'm advocating for BMI, but we have it, and your doctor is going to use it, and that chart is going to say obese. And if it does, it doesn't stop there. That is a red flag that you are on track for some bad shit happening health-wise. Now, it may not be happening yet because maybe you're 22, maybe you're 32. But by the time you get 42, 52, 62, that obesity, that BMI, that red flag is like it was waving in your face for 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, and you didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. So if anything, at the bare minimum, BMI should be looked at as a red flag or as a flag. It's just a flag. Just like cholesterol, just like blood pressure, some flags are more significant and more important than others, but it's just a flag. And the further you are on that scale toward obesity or into obesity or morbid obesity, you don't get to talk about ignoring BMI. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, unless you're a short athlete with a lot of muscle or even a tall athlete with a lot of muscle, unless you're an athlete with more muscle than fat, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Now, if you're bottom heavy, more often than not, even if you are bottom heavy, you still have some abdominal fat. You just may have more on the bottom. Still get rid of that obesity. Still, it's not going to hurt you to get rid of it. It's not. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. But if you built like an apple, I'm not body shaming. But if you're built like an apple, okay, or even if you're built like a pear or an hourglass, it don't matter. But the apple shape is more, that's associated more with more abdominal fat. Like you're built like an apple because you have more weight around the midsection and less body fat on the legs. Then it's a flag. It's waving in your face. It's waving in your face. But let's continue. This is my issue. People keep saying I lost weight so fast because I'm a super responder. I could be, but I ate whole foods and fasted and lifted my entire first 12 months. Clavicle check. I'm so sorry. Guys, please don't unsubscribe. Please bear with me. Please. My girlies and guys, I love you all and y'all love me. Don't leave me because I'm about to say some shit that some of y'all are not going to like. I'm about to say, thank you, Shani, for the comment. I'm about to say something that y'all are not going to like. Y'all are not going to like. I hate, this is why you don't hear me talking about it, and this is why you don't hear me labeling myself. I hate the super responder and slow responder titles. I hate it. I'm so sorry. I have empathy for my girls and guys that are struggling and they feel like, they on a GLP-1 train, but they're not seeing the results they want to see as quickly as they want to see it. I understand that. I empathize with that. But I cannot stand the super responder and the slow responder conversation. I hate it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I don't care enough. I don't know. And maybe it does. I don't get into it because people, some, not all, use it as a scapegoat. Some people don't do the right things and say they're a slow responder. Not everybody. Not everybody. Some people look at others that are seeing results faster than them and then label those people super responders. Um, Shani, what was your weight loss in your first year on a GLP-1? I don't even know how long you've been on. If it's only been 1 year, then how much weight have you lost? But if it's been longer than 1 year, what was your weight for the first year? If it's been under a year, then just you understand what I'm saying. Like what's your average? Or how much weight have you lost thus far? Because I don't recall. It's interesting how doctors now include BMI on your summary reports. I don't know when that started, but it hasn't always been included. The country hasn't always been damn near more than 50% obese. So we got to consider that. Because some of the doctors are too scared to say it. I don't know why. I don't know why my doctors never mention my weight. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. But some of the doctors won't say it. They'll just put it in a chart and send you on your way. They'll just put it in a chart and send you on your way. And this is why we got to be advocates for our own health. This is why we got to advocate for ourselves and get into the research. Get into the research. Get into the YouTube. I don't know about no TikTok. Pay attention to who you're listening to and watching and all of that, but gather information. And a lot of people, which is what this stream is about, don't want the information. They just want to repeat what they've heard over and over and over and over. So as the obesity rates climb, it makes sense for them to keep trying to put it in your face. I just think that they should be more direct about it. Like, this is not normal. This is not okay. Your health is on the line. We need to do something. What is the weight loss plan? How do we get you with a specialist, a dietitian? What is going on? A therapist? Like, what do we need to do? But PCPs don't have a lot of time in their sessions. So in a way, I get it. I hate it too. I don't like it either. So do I. The moderation crew. I hate that. Also, y'all hate it too? Because I was worried I was going to, I'm like, I don't want to offend the girls. Like, typically, I don't care about offending people, but that one is a little bit of a, like, sensitive. Like, I get it. I don't want to be average responder elitist. And to be honest with you, if we go based on Eli Lilly's numbers, like, if we talk about averages, then I'm below the average. But if we talk about total weight loss, I'm above the average. So I don't know. Like, it's just like, what are we I don't know. Like, if you're losing, cuz I get it, right? Like, if you're only losing a quarter of a pound a month, that is extremely slow. But that's not a GLP-1's fault. That's not you being a slow responder to the GLP-1. Either what you're doing outside of that GLP-1 is not working, or a GLP-1 ain't what you needed. Maybe you need something different. Oh God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. 110 total, 100 in the first 10 months. Um, that's only a little over 2 pounds per week. Oh, I don't have it. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Don't give me the lion. Don't give me the lion. Let me see. Let me see. Because what do we even classify? Like, are these now? If these are Eli Lilly terms, then I'll take it back. Okay, then I'll let it go. But I could have swore these were made up terms. I'm sorry. Um, that's about 10 pounds. That's about 9.5 pounds per month. Mm, yeah, like I said, it's only a little over 2 pounds per week. I mean, not only that's good. That's wonderful. But it's like, we're calling that super? Like, if you I don't know. Like, I mean, if you're fasting plus a GLP-1, I don't consider that super responding. Like, a super responder to me would be I don't know. Like, did you lose 100 pounds in 6 months? How much weight did you start out from? Like, because if you were 600 pounds, that makes sense. Like, if you were 400 pounds, that even makes sense. So it's like, what do we consider super responders? I responded fast when I was walking, and it was in the 80s and 90s when it was snowing. V, it's the fat acceptance. Remember, people were trying to cancel people for telling the truth about people being overweight. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I got you. I would like to say I was a normal responder. My doctor started telling me about my weight gain as soon as it started occurring at the age of 55. Every year she was forewarning me that it could eventually become problematic, but I didn't know how to stop it from occurring. Um, Sydney, you might have to tell me more when we get into the menopause live stream. You might have to tell me more because would that have been around that time? I lost fast, but with speed walking 3.5 miles every morning, doing Pilates, strength training, fasting 1 to 2 days per week, eating whole foods. I lost 100 pounds in 9 months. I remember being 12 years old, asking the doctor to help me lose weight, and they gave me this ridiculous paper with the pyramid and what I should eat, which included cheese and plenty of carbs. Yeah, this is why I blame the government. This is why I blame the government for putting out, like, why was what Americans should eat a government guideline? That's stupid. That wasn't the American way. That just started in like the 70s, 80s. And that's why everybody got fat. That means the GLP-1 did its job and you did your job. Yes, that was the postmenopause. Okay, so we will talk about that. Um, because from the little bit of research that I've been doing, again, the hunger goes bonkers during menopause, during menopause. Well, during peri, especially during peri, the hunger goes bonkers because the estrogen, the estrogen that is fat sparing around the midsection, it plummets, so the fat starts to store in the midsection. So that's one thing that happens, but the fat isn't coming out of thin air. It's not like inhaling and suddenly, it's coming from food, but it's because people's hunger is going through the roof. It's also stress. That's cortisol. You got hot flashes. You got mood swings. You got 11,000 things going on. Stress and hunger. That's what it seems like to me with the menopause. That's what it seems like to me. So we'll talk about that. um I wasn't doing all of that. I did work out every dang day, lifting and fasting and eating right. Yeah, yeah. I wasn't, y'all were here with me. I wasn't doing none of that unless it was a Venetian 30. Like, I said I love fasting. I don't like fasting. I like the results of fasting. I do. Whenever I shorten my eating window, that's when I'll be dropping 8 pounds in a week. A lot of it be water, but it's just like, who wants to carry around all that extra water? Okay, let's get back on topic. So let's get into TikTok. See what the girls are saying. Let's see what the girls are saying. Let's see. Let's just see. I didn't screen any of these in advance. Let's just see.
Standard, right, to quantify. And one thing that I need Black women specifically to understand, if you have this different shades of this, I need you to understand that that BMI chart that you guys are using as a metric, as a standard, right, to quantify your health, whether you are healthy or not, right, was not made for you. This is a hill that I'm absolutely willing to die on. One thing that's not spoken about is that Black people in general have, one, heavier bones. Second thing is, Black people in general also have a higher percentage of skeletal muscle in comparison to other ethnicities, right? That already puts you at a disadvantage when you are using this BMI chart as your metric and your gauge for how healthy you are. Again, just to reiterate, the BMI chart is not made for us, babes. It's not made with us in mind, babes, okay? So I need you, other metrics you'd be looking at, your body fat levels, okay? Your muscle mass percentage, okay? Your blood pressure, your cholesterol levels, your cortisol levels. Those are the metrics that I need you to be paying attention to, not the BMI chart, babe. It wasn't made for people like different shades of this. It wasn't. I'm an astronaut.
Didn't I tell y'all it's people? Do you know how far, like, do you know how heavy you have to be obese? And we're talking about bone density. I'm not, listen. Oh God, I can't wait to get into the ethnic differences because ethnic differences are real. Like genetic differences based on ethnicity and race, but even within race, there are, different people of the same racial group can be born in different parts of the world. Therefore, they have different genetic expressions, right? So I'm not even willing to argue heavier bones. I'm not getting into that. Okay. I listen, if we have, because like people with African genetics tend to have naturally, like, I think, like greater muscle mass. Let's just say, right? Maybe denser bones. Maybe denser bones. Maybe. I don't know. I can look it up real quick. I don't know. That don't have nothing to do with obesity. You see how they leave out the obesity? She said, this is so misleading, it's annoying. She said, if you're using it as the marker of your health or the standard or something like that, it's like, yes, Sherlock. No, it shouldn't be the single marker of your health. But you know who's gonna hear this and run with it? Your black sister that's 325, 5'4". Your black sister that's 5'7", 270. Your black sister that's 5', 265. That's who's gonna hear it and be like, yeah, it wasn't made for us. That's racist. And it's just like, yeah, I'm big bone. My bones are heavier. With a 40 BMI. Heavy bones don't account for a 40 BMI. What are we talking about? Like, what? The BMI was created for European white men. I thought I said that before. We can use it as a tool. You and everybody else, Tamika. You, me, Jen, everybody else. So help me understand, Tamika. What does that mean then? What does that mean? After what I read about how BMI can be used as a marker across or to track trends across a population, how it can be used as a marker to project or correlate with further disease. What is the point about European white men mean? I get skeptical when people repeat the exact same terminology. Like they don't say it different. So I'm picking on you, Tamika, but that's because I'm picking on everybody that says it this way. I mocked it in the beginning. European white men, European white men. That wasn't to say it wasn't a fact. I'm asking, okay, but what else? Like what does that mean though? What does that mean for the rest of the country? What does that mean? What does that mean? So are we saying like, okay, so it was created for European white men to what? To what? And then what does that mean for us now? Granted, you said we could use it as a tool. But what do people mean when they say that? Other than literally it was created for European white men. Because that's not completely true. I get what people are trying to say, but if everybody's gonna repeat the exact same mantra, European white men, European white men, European white men, like if everybody's gonna repeat the exact same mantra, this is why I don't like consensus. Unless we're talking about the sky is up and the ocean is blue, like I don't like consensus because people will just repeat stuff. People will just repeat stuff, and I'm just trying to understand. Okay, but what do y'all mean? Like, tell me more. Tell me more, Tamika. Or anybody else. Let's say we change from BMI. Will it be wrong if the outcome is you are still obese? Oh, we're gonna get there because we're gonna go to waist circumference. I just want to show you what the people are saying. And I'm also gonna go over the origins of BMI for y'all. Because Yes, the answer is Jen, Itha. The answer is yes. This is why I don't like this is like it wasn't made for us, sis. Um, how would you guys feel if I said there's a very good chance that a lot of the studies that are done in science and medicine, a lot of the demographic is white men. There's not a lot of diversity unless they're doing a study that is like gender or race specific. Like a lot of them don't even include women. How would you guys feel? What if, I don't know, let's just make something up. What if the first studies on blood pressure were done on white men? What would we say? What would we say? What if the discovery of blood sugar and blood sugar testing, and what that may mean, blood sugar levels, or the first studies on type 2 diabetes, what if, I don't know, what if, actually, I should know this because I read it in a book about type 2 diabetes. They used to test for it by tasting pee back in the olden day. But what if they were testing the pee of white men in Europe or European descendants? What would we say? What would we say? What would we do? I don't know. What if the first studies on whether or not cigarette smoking, tobacco, causes lung cancer, if there's a correlation or even a causation? What if those studies were done on white men? What would we say? What would we say? What about GLP-1s? Do we know the demographics of the people in those studies? Was it a lot of black women? Was it like 80% black women? Was it enormously diverse? Maybe. Was it majority white male? I don't know. Maybe. What would we say about that? We're going to look. I never looked this up before, but Google says body mass index was created in the 1830s by a Belgian mathematician. Can't say that. It was designed as a statistical tool to define the average. Okay. Average European white man and track population-wide averages for distributing resources, never as a tool to measure individual health or body fat. Right. And we talked about this in the last stream, how it only got started using it. We only started using it in medicine because of Ansel Keys, a quack whose research is not to be respected, right? I believe it was always for white men, but so was a lot of other things, Pam, is my point. They never looked at the differences of how women have different symptoms of heart attacks. Yeah. So let's get into it since Pam got us there. Thank you, Pam. Hey, Pammy girl. Let's get into it, right? We'll go back to TikTok in a second. Let's see. Okay. Let's go a little beyond Pam's response from Google. And let's get into how it ended up in medicine. Okay. So Pam read up until this point right here. I'm sorry, guys. Pam shared up until right here. All right. So Adoption in medicine, 1970s to 1990s. In 1972, Ansel Keys rebranded the equation as BMI. Keys studied its effectiveness against other obesity measures and found it to be a useful screening tool. Later in the 1990s, organizations like the World Health Organization established BMI cutoff numbers to categorize obesity and population health risk. Because it was originally based on a limited demographic of European men, modern health professionals like those at the CDC recognize that BMI is a useful screening tool, but caution that it does not account for differences in muscle mass, bone density, or natural body type. What did we just learn that we didn't already know? Thank you, Tamika, for the response. Tamika says they were not thinking about diverse population or health in the way we understand it now, but have not updated their charts since adding it to medicine and insurance qualifiers, etc. Okay. That's because it was never meant for medicine. So let's just start there. That's why they were not thinking about diverse populations, not because it was racist, but because a man in Europe was tracking population in Europe where you find European white men. That tone is not for you, Tamika. That tone is for the masses. That's the point that I'm trying to make. When people say it's not for us, it's for European white men, what they're saying is that it was established out of racism. So most people probably think an American came up with it, when in reality, a European white man, a Belgian, was tracking other European white men, okay? It was just a math calculation. That's all it was. That's all it was. With that being said, so no scam in sight. It was never meant for health. No scam in sight. However, with the rebranding of the calculation, it was discovered that you can fairly accurately track trends in obesity. You can fairly accurately track trends because they were tracking weight and height, like average weight and height, right? That's what they were tracking. But if you use the same equation to track average weight and height, you're going to notice things start to tick up when you look at averages. So it was applied to medicine. No diversity was not considered. No race was not considered. No gender was not considered. Is that a flaw? Sure. Does it change the fact that it's an accurate tracking tool? No. No, it doesn't. When you're talking about the obese, when you're talking about, you know, people that are maybe overweight or normal weight, it gets a little murky. But when you're talking about the obese, which we have a damn near majority of, fairly accurate enough to count as a marker, to count as a tool. So what is the point of constantly saying over and over and over again? Good night, Andrew. What is the point of saying over and over again, it wasn't made for us? Right, but when you go to that doctor, guess what they're using? It wasn't made for us. Okay, but you're still obese. It was for European white men. That means it also wasn't for white women, was it? That means it wasn't for them either. It wasn't for us. It wasn't for children. It wasn't for anybody. It was about tracking averages across Europe for white men. Okay, what does that mean now? Absolutely nothing. Well, it doesn't mean nothing. It just means that you have to account for other things using other tools like blood pressure, like cholesterol, like blood work. That's all it means. That's all it means. Doesn't mean it's racist. It just means a European white man was doing research on European white men. There's no way if a black woman is doing research on black women, I'm going to call her racist. I'm not even going to call a group of white people doing research on black people to point out our differences between other ethnic groups. I'm not going to call that racist. I'm going to say, okay, this is how this applies to me as a black woman. I'm not so I'm being a little, energetic about it, but I just want us to be mindful that when we're just repeating the same mantra in the exact same way over and over and over again? And good answer, Tamika. Maybe there's more to it than just saying the same thing over and over again, because it doesn't change the fact that obese people are obese. The fact that the mathematical equation to track averages for European white men created by European white men had nothing to do with the rest of us, even American white men, had nothing to do with the rest of us. But an American white man took the calculation and applied it, and because of that research had it applied to medicine, and it actually turned out to be fairly accurate, but with some holes. So you use other markers to plug those holes. Why are we still stuck on this European white man point? Let that go. You still obese. Let it go. 79% of all participants were white Caucasian. Huh. I guess we should be mindful of being on GLP-1s if all the studies were done on majority white men. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Black participants made up only about 9%. Let me ask y'all something. Do y'all think 9% is poor, reasonable, or an overrepresentation? Do you think 9% white, 9% black, 13% Asian, and 79% we're still we no, we're not. That's about 99%. Um or 100%, I think. Do we think that that's an overrepresentation of white and underrepresentation of black? Like, what do we think? Because y'all do know we're only 13% of the population, right? Let's look at what percentage of the country is white, Caucasian. White non-Hispanic. They distinguish between Hispanic and non-Hispanic on the census and applications for a reason. 56%. Let's see. What did reindeers thingy say? Hold on. It said we're white Caucasian. I need to know if that's white. I need to know if that's white non-Hispanic. Can you see if you can specify reindeer? Because when you take away the Hispanic qualifier, Hispanic or non-Hispanic, it increases to 61% of the population. Let me get caught up on your comments before I continue. And people back then were smaller, less food supply, having to be more physically active for transportation and physical jobs. Unfortunately, not many things are considered or other ethnicities or women testing. Yet we still quote the studies is my point, Pam. Exactly. Sydney, the representation gap. Researchers point out that this is an alarmingly wide gap because chronic conditions like obesity, type 2 diabetes disproportionately impact Black, Hispanic. Well, sometimes it is race, Shonda. It's built into the fabric of the country. Can't ignore that. But it's not, I think it's important to consider race. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I think it's important to consider race. I just want it to make sense when we consider race. We're gonna get into that when we get into what do you call it? Waist circumference. They consider ethnicity and race are different, but they consider ethnicity, I think, and race when we talk about, because genetically there are differences. Like I am genetically, we're all human, but I am genetically going to be more aligned with Jen than probably I am going to be with Nicole or Pam. Nicole and Pam are probably going to be more genetically aligned and have different uh what do you call it? You'll see when we get to waist circumference, you'll see how the Asian population sticks out. Has nothing to do with racism. They're genetically they have a genetic disposition for visceral fat, even though they're typically very small people. They have a genetic disposition for visceral fat. The trials were heavily composed of white middle-aged women. However, real-world data shows that diseases these drugs treat heavily impact lower income minority population. This has forced regulatory bodies to push for more stricter diversity mandates in ongoing next generation GLP-1 trials. Okay. I think it's a low number, but not proportional to population. White women were the majority of those in a trial or users. Which one did you mean? Indigenous and Hispanic populations were severely underrepresented across the board, just 2% to 22%, depending on how ethnicity was tracked regionally. Okay, here's my take on this. Here's the point that I'm trying to make. There's a lot of obese people and a lot of not overweight people harping on BMI, dismissing obesity. Point blank period. 9 times out of 10, if you look at any test or marker or study used to identify trends or risk association or causation or correlation when it comes to health outcomes, more than likely, if you are not a white non-Hispanic, you are underrepresented in the study. Could they do better in America with more diversity? Sure. But are you going to go to your doctor and say, I'm not taking that blood pressure test, or I'm not testing my cholesterol, or I'm not testing for type 2 diabetes, or I'm not testing for cancer because when the studies were done, it was mostly on white people? No, you are not. So why do we do that with BMI? No, you're not. No, you're not. For very good reasons, Jen, but that's a different stream. Not really up my alley, but that's true too. That's true too. So it's like, hey, Lori. So it's like, is there a bias when it comes to the participants in the study, or when it is there a bias when choosing a population for a study? We live in America. Now, with Shonda saying it's not always about race, I think that sometimes we go out of our way to exclude race, and this is how we end up in a lot of fucked up situations. But then there's times we go out of our way to overrepresent race, and we end up in a lot of fucked up situations when we can just meet in the middle at, this is America. The fabric of America was built on white people because there's more of them. Okay, white non-Hispanic, there are more of them. Okay, so a lot of the skewing of research is going to be toward white people. Is it fair? No. Do we let that stop us from going to the doctor? No, we don't. So what are we talking about? Do we let it stop us from doing the things we need to do to take care of our health? Oh, I guess if we're talking about BMI, yes, it does, because people want to choose to stay obese because BMI was a math calculation made by a Belgian man for his European brothers. It just so happened that the calculation was so good that you can use it for some other trends. Now, if half the country wasn't obese, I would give it to you. I would say, you know what? BMI, it's there, but eh. But with half the country obese, majority of the country overweight on their way to obesity, you know, what sucks about it, Lori? I could do this all night. What sucks about it, Lori? I know you're late, so I'm gonna give you a chance to give your 2 cents. Reindeer, thank you for the research. Thank you for dropping all of that in the chat. Thank you so much. What sucks about it, Lori? Were you obese? Are you mad at BMI for saying that you were obese? Or did BMI say you were obese, but you actually felt like you were at a normal weight? You felt like BMI lied on you? What sucks about BMI? There are things that suck about it. I want to know what you think sucks about it. Like the stream if you haven't already. And if you think BMI sucks, go ahead and leave us a comment. Tell me what sucks about BMI to you. While y'all do that, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the rug out from under y'all's, because I think it's a moot point to say that BMI sucks. Unless that's the only marker that you're gonna use. Like if you go to your doctor, right? If you go to your doctor and your doctor says your BMI is 39, you're obese, we need to establish a plan to get the weight off. And you're like, but doctor, I go to the gym 5 days a week. And they're like, that's good. That's good for your heart health and your energy, but we need to talk about the weight. And you're like, but doctor, I sleep 8 hours a night. And they're like, that's good. That's actually good for your stress levels and your mood and all of that. But we need to talk about the weight. And you're like, oh, God. But doctor, I'm not type 2 diabetic. Is your doctor wrong for saying, per your BMI, you are in danger of developing type 2 diabetes? You may not have it now, but your risk is higher. But doctor, BMI was it was based on European white men. Yes, that might be true, but BMI actually, the calculation turns out to be a fairly reasonable tracker for the correlation between body weight and all-cause mortality. We've seen, based on the research, that despite BMI having its flaws in origin and some shortcomings, good night, reindeer, we can fairly predict the risk of someone's later health issues based on their body mass index. Fairly, especially if they're obese, especially. Y'all gonna but doctor people to death. So let's see what Lori has to say. Mandatory dietitian order for people over BMI over 40, only to find out bodybuilder. Lori, how many bodybuilders you know? See, this is my problem. Now, Lori, I'm picking on everybody today. I should have labeled this a smoke stream because I'm picking on everybody. Lori, how many bodybuilders you know? I don't need BMI to tell me I'm obese. Then how do you know you're obese then? I think y'all would really be hurt if your doctor just looked at you and was like, obese. Y'all really hate that. Y'all really hate that. One thing at a time, Lori. We're not even on using BMI alone. We already established that you can't use it alone. You said it sucks. So I'm trying to establish what sucks about it. And your answer was mandatory dietitian order for people over BMI over 40. So mandatory dietitian for obese people? Why would that be not a good thing? I mean, this is America, so you don't want to make things mandatory. I get that. But like, isn't the bigger concern the BMI over 40? only to find out bodybuilder. How many bodybuilders do y'all know? Put in the chat how many of y'all how many of y'all know bodybuilders? How many of you are bodybuilders with a BMI over 40? Let's look up a BMI 40 BMI bodybuilder, because y'all just be saying stuff. Love you, Lori. I hurt you, but people that got beef with BMI, y'all just be saying stuff. Okay. 40 BMI bodybuilder. Let's look it up. Okay. How many of y'all know people that look like this? How many of y'all know people that look like this? Lori knows about 10. So Lori, you got beef. Your beef with BMI is that your 10 bodybuilders that you know have to have dietitians. What about the 50% of the country that's obese though? We don't have nothing to say about them? Or are we talking about the 10 bodybuilders that you know personally? We're gonna fight the good fight against BMI, because bodybuilders with a BMI of 40 might have to get a dietitian based on insurance or something. I don't know. Even though damn near 50% of the country is obese. Let's look up 40 BMI. That's not a bodybuilder. Let's look. Let's look. Let's look. Let's see. Let's see if we can find out. Let's see if we can find out. Let's look. Why not? Let's look. So, obviously, this is not to scale, but look at the adipose tissue. Look at the adiposity here. Okay? Look at the adiposity here. How are we in what scenario, other than the bodybuilder that 90% of the chat don't know and we don't see walking around day to day, Lori excluded? In what scenario is that 40 BMI not dangerous? No, my beef is with people who use BMI alone. Well, that should have been your first answer, Lori. You said it sucks. I was just trying to understand why it sucks. And then when I asked you why, the answer was the bodybuilders. 90% of America aren't bodybuilders. 50% of America aren't bodybuilders. Let's see. Let's do a little more research. What percentage of American bodybuilders have a BMI over 40? Let's see. There's no official demographic or statistical database that tracks the exact percentage of American bodybuilders with a BMI over 40. However, elite bodybuilders are routinely classified as having severe obesity, a BMI over 40. Well, let's see do we know how many bodybuilders are in America? Americans are bodybuilders. Do we know that? Let's see. No, not strength train. Bodybuilders. Let's do what percentage of Americans are obese? 43%. BMI of 40 or more. 10%. I think obesity starts at 30, 35. 15 to 18%. Let's go 30. 40 to 42%. I am toward the low end of a BMI normal range and have a large belly. My doctor will not address it because I have a normal BMI. I don't understand what hold on. I am toward the low end of a normal BMI range and have a large belly, my doctor would not address it because I have a normal BMI. I'm not sure what the well, we know BMI doesn't tell you where the fat is situated. That's not what it's for. Okay. That's why you say it sucks. Okay. So it sucks because you have a large belly but fall within a normal BMI. So are we talking about an aesthetic? Because I'm just addressing obese people. To be clear, Lori, I am of the belief that the closer you are to a normal weight, the more BMI is out the window. And that's the thing. Like I hear what you're saying, so I'll respect that. But again, that ain't what you said first. You use the bodybuilders. Again, something that people just repeat over and over again. Muscle bodybuilders. And it's just like, but that's not a most of Americans. So that's first of all, that's why I push back. But I am one to believe that the closer you are to a normal body weight, the more you need to focus on other markers other than BMI. So yeah, that's a flaw in the medical system. Sure. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that are obese dismissing BMI, but they're still obese. They're still obese. I'm talking about people that are at the normal end of a BMI wanting to throw the baby out with the bathwater as if the majority of the country is in that scenario, and they're not. If in the next decade we reduce the obesity rate from 43% to 3%, I'd say BMI can kiss our ass. I'd say that. I'd say that. I'd say that. If we can turn obesity into a rarity again, we don't ever need to talk about BMI. We don't ever need to talk about it. But since we are here, since we're here with damn near half the country obese, not including the bodybuilders, we should probably talk about it. We see more excess adiposity. We see more people with bellies hanging over their pants everywhere we go than we see bodybuilders. So why do we bring up the bodybuilders as if we care? We don't. I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting the good fight against BMI to protect bodybuilders. I'm sorry. They're in the minority. I'm not fighting. Do you think a bodybuilder cares that they're classified as obese? If they cared, they wouldn't put on all the muscle. They don't care. And to be honest, let's go back to bodybuilders 40 BMI, because we like to make bodybuilders the standard, right? I don't know who said all that muscle was healthy, but I'm not going to die on that. I don't want to argue about it. Let's see. Bodybuilders. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay? We all do. People just be howling at the moon. Lori. We all do. That's my point. People doing all this, but the reason that why I'm pushing back against it is because there's a lot of groupthink around BMI. There's a lot, it happens in medicine. There's a lot of groupthink, and nobody wants to step outside of the groupthink and say, okay, I hear y'all, but now I don't know about y'all, but I'm not of the belief that this is ideal. I'm sorry. I'm not judging nobody. I'm not. I'm not. It's a sport. People want to do it. They love it. I am not. I am not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. Right. Exactly. Like I'm not. Not all bodybuilders look like this, but you know, we're talking about bodybuilders in a 40. I don't even know if they have a 40 BMI in these pictures. But I don't know who said more is better. I hear you, Chichi lover. I don't know who said more is better. So we want to fight the good fight so these guys don't have to talk to a dietitian? Okay, if you say so. Okay. I don't see people looking like this when I walk around. I don't see them. Not even at the gym. I don't know where y'all get the listen. Listen. We ain't never gonna move on because y'all not listening. Hey Rhonda girl, y'all not listening. This is exactly why I'm doing this stream. This is exact because y'all don't want to learn. Y'all don't want to learn. BMI sucks because you can be considered obese if your weight when your lean mass is high. Therefore, I do not consider BMI alone as a good determining factor for obesity. Where are y'all finding these people in America whose lean mass is higher than their body fat? Why do y'all want to consider the exceptions and not the rule? Y'all want to talk about athletes and bodybuilders. Please drop in the chat right now if you got a gripe with BMI because you went to your doctor and your lean mass was higher than your body fat percentage and you got classified as obese. So we can put you in the exception category. Go ahead so I know to exclude you. I'll wait. That's for everybody watching. 28 people watching. If you went to the doctor and you got classified as obese, even though you didn't have excess body fat, especially abdominal body fat, you got unfairly classified as obese, drop it in the chat. If you were unfairly classified, that's even better. If you were unfairly classified or inaccurately classified as obese, please drop it in the chat so I can know. Lori, you're saying large belly when there's a difference between visceral fat and subcutaneous fat. Subcutaneous fat is significantly less dangerous than visceral. So just because your belly is large doesn't mean it's visceral fat. Maybe a DEXA scan will help you figure that out. Not now, Shawnee. When you got diagnosed, not now that you've lost weight and been working out, Shawnee. Not now that you've been working out, Shawnee. When you got classified as obese. Yeah, I think Lori should get a DEXA. Now, Lori, you know we're a little vain over here, so we got your back, girl. If this is a vain thing, then we got your back. Just say that. If we want, cause I'm team vain. I want a flat stomach. I don't care. Like, so when I got my last DEXA, it was about 20 pounds, 20, 30 pounds ago, and he's like, your visceral fat looks good. You could not lose any more weight, and you'd be perfectly like you'd be in good shape as far as health. And I'm like, great. I'm still losing the weight. I'm still losing it because I don't want all of the excess subcutaneous fat. I find it to be unflattering depending on how it sits. It's heavy. I don't feel like carrying it. I just don't want it. So if we're just talking about being vain, that's not BMI's fault. If we just want to be vain, if we're out of danger and we just want to be vain, we're not blaming BMI for our vanity. Like, we're not doing that. We are the kings and queens of vanity over here. Yeah, like if we're just talking about, like, if it just bothers you, the aesthetic, oh, we got your back. Like, we got your back. We got your back. We got your back. Exclude me because my doctor saw my weight, but also saw my other stats on the DEXA and in-body scale, and she determined that I did not need to lose any more weight. No. Y'all not listening. Y'all want to stick to your standards and you want to stick to your beliefs. Y'all not listening, Rhonda, Shawnee. Y'all not listening. I'm not talking about now that you've lost the weight, because for some reason it just keep going over everybody's head. The closer you are to a normal weight, the more inaccurate BMI is going to be. The further you are into obesity, the more of an accurate predictor it is. Are you guys hearing me? So if you have already lost your weight, all of it or a significant amount of it, BMI, it's probably going to be an inaccurate predictor or classifier or qualifier. Nah, y'all don't get it, Shawnee. So let's go back from the top. Before you started losing weight and exercising and eating right and fasting and getting on a GLP-1, before all of that, who was unfairly classified as obese? I want to know. This is me in a good mood. Journey, teach me to. Teach me. I want to do it. I want to learn it. I want to. I want to learn. It bothers me and my cardiologist. Lori, how tall are you? How tall are you? What does it bother? Like, what is it about? What is, I can't do the shimmy. It's hard. Um, what is it about? What is it about your cardiology? Like, what is it about the belly fat? Because belly fat is not a monolith. There's visceral fat around the organs, dangerous. There's subcutaneous fat. You don't want excess, but fairly benign. Fairly benign. Fairly. I feel like the BMI is close, but it could be better if the scale was moved to the right a little bit. Meaning less people would qualify. Okay. All right. Okay. I still want to know. You sure you an itty bitty? Listen, how much you weigh now, Lori? Us itty bitties, no matter how much body fat we have, it's going to show. But I want to know what is dangerous about your belly fat. Are we talking about, because I'm trying to figure out which way to go. Are we talking about looks or are we talking about health concern? So okay, so you're talking about health so you're 118, 5'2". Okay, normal weight. Makes sense. All right. So you said large is relative, Lori. Large is relative. Okay. But large for you and your cardiologist. What is the danger in your large belly? Is what since you brought up the cardiologist, what is the danger to your heart that the large belly is causing or contributing to? Or arteries? I don't know. What do cardiologists do? They do the heart, right? And some other stuff. So what's the danger? It bothers me and my homegirls. And it's not loose skin. Okay. Unfairly classified? Hell nah. I'm waiting. It's crickets. I'm hearing crickets. I know Jen is like, girl, hurry up and get to the waist, to the hip to waist. I know, but I can't because people don't want to learn. They want to, but the muscle, but the muscle. That's y'all. That's what y'all sound like. But I done lost 80 to 100 pounds and been working out. I don't like no BMI and say I'm obese even though I'm muscular. Okay, but did you start out that way? Was it inaccurate when you started out? Waist, same measurements as breast, so apple shaped. So your hip to waist ratio is off. Is that what it is? Your hip to waist ratio is off. So you're more apple shaped. Okay. What's the danger is what I'm trying to figure out. What's because again, I asked you, was it a vanity thing? Because we could talk aesthetics, but if it's not that, if it's a health concern, what's the concern is what I'm trying to figure out. What's the concern? Because I'm okay with just not wanting the belly. I'm okay with I just don't want it. But that's a different conversation from, oh no, this is a real life concern. I didn't hear the question. Stop being dramatic. I can't stop, Shawty. I can't stop. The question is from the top. And if I don't get no answer in the next 3 minutes, I'm moving on and I'm right and y'all are wrong. From the top, before your weight loss, okay? Because the closer you are to an ideal weight or normal BMI, the more inaccurate it is as far as body composition, because it doesn't account for body composition, right? What I'm saying is if you're obese, the composition is already off, okay? So before your weight loss, before the weight training, before the weight training, before the weight loss, before the GLP-1, who was classified as obese and the scale was wrong? Because we know the bodybuilders don't care about them. Sorry. We know the athletes, a little annoying, but I don't think they care. It's not stopping them from being athletes. Okay, so for everybody else, the rest of the 90% of the country, for everybody else, and most athletes aren't even being classified as obese, I would be willing to guess. They're not. Some of them may, like a heavy football player, but most of them, I mean, for most sports, athletes tend to be lean, so they're not getting classified as obese. But I could see how if they're a heavier, athlete, it's like, okay, obese, but whatever. Let's look at some other stuff, okay? But they are the exception. So I'm trying to find the rest of the exceptions. BMI was inaccurate even before losing the weight. Yes, I was classified as obese, but not to the point that the scale had me. An actual fat doctor told me that based on my measurements, don't use BMI. I'm gonna come right back to you, Rhonda. One, I don't want belly. Looks bad. Apple shaped people have greater risk of heart attacks. Let's look it up. Let's see. Apple shaped people risk of heart attacks. Okay. This is the danger zone. It's typically defined as a waist circumference of 40 inches for men and 35 inches for women. Okay. So what's your waist circumference, Lori? Do you know? Research indicates that abdominal obesity is often more predictive of cardiovascular disease than overall weight or BMI. So there is a difference. There's another thing called abdominal obesity that doesn't include your overall height and weight. It doesn't include it's specifically talking about the abdomen. Visceral fat. Apple-shaped individuals tend to store fat deeper in the abdomen around vital organs, which releases inflammatory chemicals directly in the bloodstream and raises cholesterol. Well, that would be a concern. That's why we talked about earlier not using BMI alone. I keep hearing, don't use it alone. Don't use it alone. We already established that. We know that. I think that the don't use it alone people are kind of like also saying, like, without saying it, don't use it at all. Like it kind of comes off that way. It kind of comes off as like it don't matter for everybody else when 43% of the country is classified as obese. So let's go back to Rhonda's comment. BMI was inaccurate even before losing the weight. Yes, I was classified as obese, but not to the point that the scale had me. I'm a little confused. How were you then classified as obese? If the scale wasn't used, then did your doctor measure your waist? How did your doctor determine your obesity? Because by definition, obesity is defined by body mass index. So you were obese, but what? the scale had you at a 40. You just said I was classified as obese, but not to the point that the scale had me. So the scale was used to classify your obesity, but you're saying the scale was inaccurate. How did you determine how did your doctor determine the inaccuracy? With athletes and bodybuilders, we measure their muscle. Makes sense. Okay. So how was the inaccuracy determined? You said based on your measurements. I need more information. I'm trying to learn something new here. I feel like 5'4", 145 should be healthy on BMI. Um, give me a second. Five four, 145 is a 24.9. That's a normal BMI. It doesn't determine your level of health at all, but it's a normal BMI. So what do you mean it should be healthy? BMI doesn't say healthy or unhealthy. It doesn't. I'm feeling like there's more doctors telling patients on GLP-1 that if they can get to 160, 180 pounds, that's good enough. Let's say height under 5'6". I'm feeling like there's more doctors. Okay, but like, I'm feeling like there's more doctors telling patients on a GLP-1 that if they can get to 160, 180, that's good enough, quote unquote good enough. Let's say height under 5'6". I don't know where y'all find these okay, but let's just say that's a reality. Y'all do know your doctor doesn't determine your weight, right? You determine your weight. Like y'all determine, all right, other than the problems with getting coverage with insurance. I see how that's problematic, right? But that's insurance company politicking. I'm not talking about that. If we're talking about simply how much weight you want to lose or don't lose, that's up to you, not your doctor. I mean, work with your doctor, but if your doctor says 165.4 is good enough and you don't feel like it is, then you know what you would do? Keep losing weight. 21.5, 36-inch waist. Do you know if that fat is visceral? That wouldn't, so what I'm saying for you, Lori, is if your doctor is not equipped enough to know to use a different marker now that you're no longer obese, like, okay, so let me put it to you like this. If your doctor's only concern is obesity, maybe find a different doctor. The reason that I'm saying that is once you're no longer obese, if there are still other issues, your doctor has to be able to pivot or see a specialist for that particular thing. Your doctor has to be able to pivot. Like, there's no way because I'm no longer obese, my doctor don't want to talk about nothing else. My doctor don't want to talk about nothing else. Oh, you're out of obesity? Nothing to see here. That so if the cardiologist is saying, hey, this fat, this visceral fat, I'm assuming, around the midsection is of a concern, and when you say your doctor, I'm assuming you mean your PCP, or you would have to tell me who, is saying, you ain't obese, so it don't matter, then that would be the point we find new doctors, right? No? I feel like Rhonda was getting mad at me. Rhonda, I love you. I heart all of you, but I'm challenging circular thought. And maybe y'all can teach me something. So I'm trying to figure out how it's, well, yeah, the scale, I say I'm obese, but I'm not that obese. I'm only sort of kind of obese. I'm obese, but I'm not obese. Like, how does that work? I would like to know, honestly. I really would. So I could factor that in. I'm obese, but I'm not obese. Like, I'm not obese. The scale says I'm class 2, but I'm more like class 1. The scale says I'm class 3, but I'm more like on the tail end of class 2. How do we determine if we don't want to use the classes that are defined? Okay. So the scale says, the BMI scale says, okay, I fall into obese based on my height and weight. Okay, check. But then my doctor says, okay, yeah, you're obese, but you're not that obese. Like, ignore that. Like, we just ignore that. So I'm not even saying that's wrong. I'm asking what are the factors that determine that, is what I'm trying to figure out. Maybe there are some that I had not considered. People have to remember that just because you're not obese anymore, that doesn't mean we still don't have issues that persist after the fact. Right. How are we blaming that on BMI though? Like, I agree, Shonda. Nobody said that once you get out of obesity, it's home base if you haven't been tracking anything else. It's home base for me because so far, I'm not screening positively for cancer. My hemoglobin A1C is out of pre-diabetic range. Cholesterol is good. Blood pressure is good. Blood sugar is good. So I get to play double dutch with the rest of the weight if I want to. I could stop now. I could not stop now. I'd be fine. I could stop now. I could not stop now. I could stop now. I could not stop now. My visceral fat, per my DEXA scan, was good 30 pounds ago. I could stop. I could not stop. I could stop. I could not stop. But like, if my weight came off, but I was still pre-diabetic, that would be a concern. If the weight came off, but it all came from my butt and hips and thighs, and that visceral fat was still visceraling, that would be a concern. If the weight came off, but my blood pressure was sky high, that would be a concern. How was that BMI's fault? Well, Pam, you're in vanity territory on the scale. Like, you are. You are. You're in vanity. That's what I call it, Pam. That's what I call it. Like, okay, so when I picked my goal, I didn't argue with the scale. Listen, I think this is the problem that people are having. I hurt you, Pam, but listen to me. I looked at the scale as it is. We already know that it's not perfect. There's no point in like fussing about the existing scale, right? They should just come up with a better tool. But until they do, let's work with what we got. Okay, it's not the only marker, but it's one of many. My goal was to get out of obesity and overweight, right? So that's 142 pounds for me because I'm a little shorter than you. I'm 5'3". I didn't argue with the fact, Pam. I didn't argue with the fact that 145 doesn't count, but 142 does. That's semantics, Pam. You are fine. You just being vain, girl. And that's what we about over here. We are about that vanity life. Girl, you just being vain. Like, unless you're going to tell me there's a health concern with that little 3-pound difference, you said you got to get under 144, right? So 143. So you want 145 to count, but because it quote unquote per the scale doesn't, when it's not literally pound for pound. This is across a population, right? So like, if you just want to be vain and get into the normal, that's fine. Let's not argue about a 2-pound difference. Let's not argue. Just either ignore it and say, well, I'm at 145, I'm done. Or say, I want to see the normal. I want to see it say that and lose a little bit more weight. Or you could do the other thing, stay at the 145, adjust your body composition and say, BMI, you don't know what you're talking about because I'm more muscle than I am fat. That's all. Girl, you just trying to be vain. We vain over here. We got your back. My doctor said go into maintenance now at 179. Nope, I ain't gonna do it. I'm in active weight loss mode. And Jen says, I know when as Jen says, I'll know when I want to stop. Yeah, pretty much. As long as you're not in danger of being underweight, have at it. Have a field day. The ranges on the scale have green for healthy, yellow for overweight, and red for obese. No, it's green for normal. Let me show you, Pam. I ain't lying to you. I'm not lying to you. I mean, it says, okay, I'm being overly literal. It does say normal, but then it says healthy BMI range 18 to 25. Okay, so you want the extra pound or two to count. Okay, Pam. I mean, is it really that big of a deal? Is it really? How much you weigh, Shawnee? 180? I don't know. I'm just throwing numbers out there. I don't know. PCP doesn't care. Cardiologist does. Hard to give up doctor after 20 years. He writes me any prescription I want. I know this is wrong, but it matters. I don't want to see tons of specialists at almost 70. So Journey. Oh, this is why I keep pausing every time I say your name, because I'm trying to say Lori instead of Journey of Life. Lori, hear me out. I'm here to hold the girls accountable. And guys, I'm here to hold you all accountable. I'm here to tell you I love you. I heart you. We are Team Vain. We want to be skinty but healthy, right? Mentally, emotionally, physically. We want to look good. We want to feel good. We want to respect our doctors. We want to work with our doctors, but our doctors are not the final say, especially if you are bringing it down to one doctor that's not a specialist. They are a primary care physician. How many of you think that your PCP injects their opinion into their medical perspective? I'm just going to go ahead and give you my vote. They do. They do. They inject their personal opinion into their medical opinion. Yes? We put the value in our PCPs as if some of them didn't go to medical school 40 years ago and a lot has changed in 40 years. Does that mean don't respect your PCP? No. Does that mean kick your PCP to the curb every time they tell you something you don't like? No. What that means is be your own advocate. Be an advocate for yourself, even at 70, at almost 70. So that means if something is of serious concern to you and your specialist, but your PCP is not on board, and you're telling me it's not worth giving up because they are what you need or want from them in other ways, that is a trade-off that you are choosing to make. That's not the fault of BMI. Let me leave BMI out of it. But just seriously, like that's a choice. I'm not saying it's a good choice, a bad choice, a right choice, a wrong choice, but it is a choice. And you know it's a choice. You're saying you know it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just a choice that you're making. You're choosing a PCP that you have history with that will not listen to you about the abdominal fat because you benefit from them in another way. If that's a fair trade-off for you, then it's a fair trade-off. But if it's not, you don't get to complain about, not complain, but you don't get to say, but they won't listen, but they won't listen, but they won't listen. Well, neither will you, because you want to stay with them for 20, you stayed with them for 20 years. So that doesn't mean they're a bad doctor. That just means in the realm of visceral fat and the dangers of cardiovascular harm, they're not well informed. I think we treat our PCPs like they're supposed to be all knowing and know everything. And like we have some PCPs that won't prescribe GLP-1s. We have some PCPs that overprescribe statins. We have some PCPs that won't tell you about your weight. All my PCPs for all my adult life. We have some PCPs that only focus on obesity. We have some PCPs that like, I will switch a doctor. So now maybe this is a generational thing. I will switch a doctor so fast, me personally, because I'm advocating for myself and I need them to advocate for me as well. I will switch a doctor up so fast, but 20 years is a long time. I get it. But if that's the choice, then that's the choice. You gotta decide what's more important. And if you want to keep the PCP, keep the PCP, but discuss the visceral fat with somebody else. Maybe not an obesity specialist, but maybe who are the hormone doctors? I forget. Endocrinologists, could be hormonal. Like maybe find another doctor that's more equipped. Like our PCPs can't handle everything about the human body. They can't give you heart surgery. Like they can't fix your broken arm necessarily. So it's like we have like, maybe you just need to add another person to the medical team and keep your PCP that you respect, and you just disagree with them on this one thing, you and your cardiologist. So maybe you just need to add somebody else to the roster that can get you more of what you're looking for. My PCP is happy with my current. I am flabbergasted. My PCP is happy with my current weight and blood work. It just bothers me to see overweight on the BMI scale. My PCP knows my leg issues cause the extra weight, extra skin, and inflammation. Oh, okay. Well then, girl, yeah, it just bothers me to look at it. That's a vein thing. We're here for that. We're here for that. We are here for that, girl. Pam, you almost there. Like, if you listen. Let's not cry over spilled milk, meaning like, well, maybe they should move it a little bit. No, they're not. They're not. I mean, they might, but for now, they haven't. They're not going to. Maybe they'll do that in the future, right? So let's not cry over spilled milk, but we just don't want to see the title of overweight. I'm here for that, but that's a vain thing. Like, unless the excess body fat is actually causing you some harm or causing you like some limitations, then it's not just vain. It's also like, yeah, but I can afford to lose more weight because I still feel heavy in X, Y, and Z ways, or whatever it is, right? So extra skin and inflammation, I mean, you could choose to just ignore. At this point, you could just choose to ignore the scale or the chart in that way. But if not, I mean, it's a 2-pound difference, Pam. You could pee that out. You could pee that out. Like, you could fast that away. I don't want anyone to write that overweight anymore. I know, we vain over here, girl. But on the other end, I get some skinny shaming. Girl, we don't care about that. Now we don't care about you, but we don't care about them people. We don't care about them people. I'm glad my PCP has nothing to do with my GOP. I'm not saying that it needs to be the case either. I know more about it than her. My team of specialists manage my care. It's a choice. Remember, I cannot tell my body where to lose fat from. DNA is a factor. I know y'all love genetics. Y'all love genetics. Let's segue. Y'all love genetics, so let's get into genetics, okay? Well, we're not gonna get into genetics, but it'll come up briefly. Y'all love genetics, okay? Listen, Lori, I'm being hard on you because I'm just challenging some of the ideas that you guys have, just like y'all get to challenge me and my ideas. But the reason that I'm challenging y'all is because sometimes we get stuck in circular thought and we say there's no way out when there is. Like, there's a way out of this situation with your PCP, which is to choose another doctor or add in another doctor that can help you, or do the research and figure out the best ways to lose not adipose fat, but visceral fat, if that's what it is, you know. So yeah, like, I'm just challenging y'all to, you know, you know, you can't tell your body where to lose the weight from, but that's just stating the obvious, That's not like a, I mean, again, again, another like crying over spilled milk, right? Like, of course, we can't do localized fat removal when we're doing overall weight loss, but like we should also be specific about the differences between visceral and subcutaneous fat. And if we're talking about visceral fat, because it's in the well, that doesn't guarantee it's visceral just because it's in the middle. It could be subcutaneous, but if it is around the organs, then you need to go in a direction of a person that can help with that particular ailment. That ain't got nothing to do with obesity because you're not obese no more. And if your doctor's only standard is BMI, don't talk to them about BMI. Like, be like, all right, doc, well, I'm going to somebody else for this other thing. But keep writing me my scripts. Keep writing me my scripts. Okay. So let's get into 3 hours later. Y'all gotta learn how to knock me off my high horse. It's hard work, but if y'all gang up on me, it would be easier. Okay. So let's get into let's get into waist circumference. Okay. Let's go with health factors, health risk. Let's start with hip to waist ratio. Okay. A high waist to hip ratio. Oh, I said it backwards. Indicates excess visceral fat around the abdomen, which is metabolically active. This fat distribution significantly increases the risk of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, stroke, metabolic syndrome. A weight to hip ratio is calculated by dividing your waist circumference by your hip circumference. According to guidelines, a higher risk of weight-related health problem is associated with, for women, a ratio greater than 0.8, and for men, a ratio greater than 0.95. Okay. Unlike general metrics like BMI, the waist to hip ratio isolates abdominal fat distribution, making it an especially reliable predictor of heart attack and metabolic risk. Okay. So it is a vain thing. But I'm saying it's okay. Like, that's the point of the channel. It's okay to be vain about it. Like, I don't want that shit to say overweight. I'm not overweight. No more. Like, it's okay. It's okay. Ashkenazi? Did I say that right? Ashkenazi. Jewish people are prone to high visceral fat, which is dangerous for cardiovascular disease. Same thing for Asians. I don't know if it's the Southeast Asians or not, though. We got to double check. Okay. Okay. I didn't save it, so now I got to find it. Health risks associated with waist circumference by ethnicity. All right. European whites. South Asian, they did specify. South Asian, Chinese, Japanese, Afro-Caribbean. Okay, so South Asian populations, individuals in this demographic are highly prone to accumulating harmful visceral fat, even at lower weights. The toffee or thin fat phenotype, because of this, cardiovascular and metabolic risk spike at significantly lower waist circumference measurements. This is what I was telling y'all about the ethnic differences, because this would be genetics. Okay, this is why ethnic differences do matter. But when you are talking about a trend across the population, that is why you need generalized data. That's where BMI comes into play as a good correlator, okay? When you get to the individual, yes, you need to consider other things. Absolutely. But when you are tracking across a population, that is where BMI, I mean, that's probably why it hasn't been done away with, because it's fairly accurate if you track across a population. But the more you drill down, the more specific you get into differences in gender, you get into differences in ethnic groups, you get into racial differences, you get into age differences, you get into lifestyle differences, you get into bone density differences, okay? So yes, when you want to drill down to specific groups, sure. Let's go with waist circumference. It's not even that's not even a problem at all. East Asian populations, similar to South Asians, lower thresholds are recommended because metabolic complications such as insulin resistance and fatty liver disease begin to rise at smaller waist sizes. Black African populations, while visceral adiposity is generally less than in white populations, the risk of developing type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease remains disproportionately higher. Standard weight circumference metrics are still highly effective, but health risks compound quickly when thresholds are exceeded. So waist circumference is still an accurate measurement, right? If you're screening for health risk, but this starts to get a little interesting because when you talk about Black and African populations in America, visceral adiposity is generally less than in white populations because we don't have that genetic disposition to have higher levels. So that's for one. The other thing is the risk of developing type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease remains disproportionately higher. That is because the poverty rates are disproportionately higher in those communities. Those are diseases of lifestyle. Those are ailments of lifestyle. So that's when you start to get type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. That's when you start to move away from the genetics. Not saying it don't count at all, but that's when you start to get more into what is the economic status? What is the lifestyle? What is the diet like? We know that uh people living in poverty are more likely to end up obese and also more likely to end up with other metabolic issues. This is where you get the comparison to like a upper middle class uh Caucasian, and it's just because it's more of them. It's because it's more of them. They have better access to resources, better doctors, they have more access to better food, right? You're not upper middle class living in a food desert, okay? You're probably your health education is probably better. Your resources are better, okay? Hispanic Latino populations tend to have higher rates of metabolic syndrome and central obesity compared to Caucasians, meaning a higher prevalence of type 2 diabetes at similar or lower waist circumferences. Okay? Makes sense? So even if you take that waist measurement, you're still obese. Or I should say, you may not be obese based on the obesity scale, right? Because by definition, obesity is defined by body mass index, and we don't like BMI, right? We don't like BMI. So measure your waist circumference. Your risk for cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes is still high. So now what? Now what do we do? You should probably, if you like the DEXA, you should probably get it updated yearly because your body composition would be changing. Okay, I said it correct. Okay. Let me put it in Google. Let's see. Where did the comment go? I lost it, Lori. Oh no, it's right here. Hold on. Ashkenazi Jewish. Ashkenazi Jewish uh visceral fat Let's see. Ashkenazi Jewish populations generally follow European white thresholds for waist circumference, but they carry unique genetic and metabolic profiles that alter how body fat impacts health. While standard guidelines do not mandate lower waist thresholds, unlike South or East Asian guidelines, clinical studies show that people of Ashkenazi descent have a higher propensity for upper body fat distribution, central obesity. This trend accelerates the risk of metabolic syndrome and cardiovascular disease at or near standard white cutoff limits. Okay. Upper body predominance, high waist to hip ratios, and they get into how that applies to the genes. Okay. Ooh. Lori, if you're still here, do you fast? Over time tonight, it's been 2.5 hours. That's not my fault. That's your fault. That's not my fault. Do you fast, Lori? Just out of curiosity. I'm not recommending no treatment. I'm just curious. Uh, mm, oh God. Okay. Uh, let's see. Losing visceral fat, the deep belly fat that wraps around internal organs is actually easier than losing pinchable subcutaneous fat. Visceral fat is highly metabolically active, meaning it responds quickly to lifestyle changes and can shrink rapidly when your body enters a calorie deficit. Shut up. I'm sorry. Or lowers its insulin levels, okay? Lower insulin. I have a 12-hour fasting schedule excluding 1 cup of coffee. Okay. So here, Lori. Oh shit, y'all couldn't see it. It does say that obviously there's a genetic disposition for your ethnic group, but when you look up how to lose visceral fat, one of the ways is by lowering insulin levels. Reduce insulin spikes. I'm not recommending no type of treatment. I'm just reading what Google says. Insulin promotes visceral fat storage. Lowering an intake of refined carbohydrates, sugary drinks, and ultra-processed foods limits rapid insulin spikes. Manage stress and sleep. They're probably going to talk about cortisol. Let's see. Yep. High stress levels trigger the production of hormone cortisol, which encourage the body to store more visceral fat. Limit alcohol. So, Lori, have you ever experimented with increasing your fasting window? Just out of curiosity. I'm not suggesting it. I'm just curious. 12 hours is like baseline. Like that's like hardly a fast, but it's a fast if a person is used to eating every 3 hours, or the only time they're not eating is when they're asleep. If they're eating all day, 12 hours would be a lot. But if you've done 12 hours for quite some time, I wonder what would happen if you increased your window. And also I wonder what your fasting insulin is. I wonder if your insulin is still high despite being on a GLP-1. I have started sermorelin. What is that? A synthetic peptide that stimulates the pituitary gland for HGH, reducing visceral fat and building lean muscle mass. I could get into like, I think, okay, in the GLP-1 community, I'm pro peptides, right? Even if you do put peptides beyond a GLP-1. Thank you for sharing all of that journey. Again, I said it, Lori. But I think us in the GLP-1 community have a propensity to look for a peptide as the answer to everything we might be going through. Despite genetic dispositions, I would be curious how much lifestyle plays a role into the production of visceral fat, right? Because it's not just genetics. And I think that sometimes we get caught up on genetics. Genetics is a piece of a puzzle, just like BMI can be a piece of a puzzle when you're 200 pounds overweight. Okay. But if you're 115, BMI, we could, we could, all right, and talk about something else, talk about waist circumference, right? That would be a more accurate representation. Um, but I wonder, like, I really, we're gonna have the lifestyle stream because I want to know what people are eating. But I wonder, like with the Southeast Asians or with Lori's what do you call it? Ethnic group. I'm curious how much cultural lifestyles play a role in this. I'm curious because they talked about insulin. Hear me out. I'm not a doctor or a scientist. Oh, that's good. That's good, Lori. I like I haven't needed help with my sleep lately, but I like L-tryptophan. It's a capsule. I like L-tryptophan for sleep. Or creatine. Creatine knocks me out. That's why I can't take it all the time. Creatine, I get some of the best sleep in the world when I'm taking creatine, but then I get too sleepy all the time. Uh Pretty healthy diet. Everybody says that. Lori, we're gonna do the stream talking about what exactly people are eating. And depending on which group of people you ask, what's determined to be healthy is gonna be different. Um, oh, I asked about alcohol use. Did we get an answer? Did we get an answer to the alcohol, Lori? Now, hear me out. I'm not a doctor or a scientist, right? But I am very much a plus B equals C kind of person, and correlation is not causation, right? But we just read that high insulin levels contribute to visceral fat. Yes? If you know anything about Dr. Fung and fasting, you probably already knew that, but it's good that we looked that up. And we know about genetic dispositions that lead to visceral fat for some groups more than others. When we talk about the Southeast Asians, what? Well, it said South and then it said East. I think when they said East, they were talking more like India. What do they eat? I'm not asking if it's healthy or unhealthy. I'm asking what. When you think of a South Asian diet or an East Asian diet, what do you think of? Drop some things in the chat. What you looking at me for? Layla just ran up to me looking at me. What you looking at? What I do? What you want? Hi, bro. Hi, Brody. You already ate. Don't start your shit. I made sure to feed you before I got on my stream. Do not start with me. I don't know why she just ran up to me. She usually just chilling, laying down, lounging around. This is the top. Remember the Von Dutch top that I was talking about getting in a small, Sydney? I ended up sending that medium back and got a small. So that's what I'm wearing. I can't. Oh, Sydney, I'm fat. Don't make me stand up. It's a fat day. It's a fat day. Don't make me stand up. But it's the Von Dutch top. It's just a top. It's just a top. Can you guys see? Don't make me stand up. It's a bad. It's a bad day. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Beer belly is a thing, but would it really affect it that much? You wanna see? You wanna see? I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I'm looking for a side by side of this person that's viral right now. I don't know anything about him, but I've been seeing this before and after on social media, so I'm gonna show you guys what alcohol can do. Share screen. Okay. Before I get into uh journey not jour- Lori's what she's eating, what do you guys think of when you think of a South Asian diet or East Asian? If you don't know, I can look it up real quick and show y'all because I'm going somewhere with this. I am willing to go out on a limb and say their diets tend to be more insulinogenic, meaning they're eating foods that are of the starchy variety. Not saying they're bad or good. I'm not saying rice is bad. I'm not saying bread is bad. I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying starchy vegetables are bad. What I am saying is, though, starch equals sugar, sugar equals insulin. So if your diet is 90% starch, that don't necessarily mean your diet is unhealthy if everything you're eating is fresh grown. We know that the South Asian diet has a lot of produce. That doesn't mean it's unhealthy. But if insulin equals visceral fat, starch equals sugar equal insulin equal visceral fat equals thin on the outside, fat on the inside. That's my logic, but I ain't no doctor or no scientist. But like, I think sometimes, like in medicine, we be like, not we, our best and our brightest, be like, I just don't get it. I just don't understand. And it's just like, so anyway, um, so this is Adrian Broner. I don't, oh, god damn it. Wait, where did it go? I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. Uh, Yikes. Hold on. Okay. This is Adrian Broner. I guess he's a boxer. I don't know anything about him, but I keep seeing his before and after on social media after 7 days. I'm assuming is or was an athlete. I'll zoom in a second. Well, not zoom in. I have to go to it. Opened in a different browser. Hold on. I'm assuming he is or was an athlete, but he had become very well known for letting himself go and losing his athletic physique up until very recently, and a lot of it was due to alcohol. Up until very recently, he decided he's going to get back into shape, so he stopped drinking for 7 days, and this was his results in 7 days. Now, the point is being made about the number on the scale. I don't even think it matter. I'm looking at the sheer inflammation difference. I'm looking at the sheer bloating difference. Maybe some body fat too, sure. But I'm looking at the sheer size difference in 7 days after removing alcohol. Okay. I'm not judging him as a man. I don't know anything about him. I'm just talking about the 7-day before and after that's going viral. Just from alcohol. Well, I can't say just. He probably did some other stuff, but mainly from alcohol. Quitting alcohol, getting back to training. Okay? So yes, to answer your question, Journey, yes. Alcohol makes a huge difference, especially if you're drinking regularly. Okay? It makes a huge difference. Alcohol also leads to liver fat, which is visceral. That can also cause the stomach to be distended. Breakfast protein shake, lunch protein, and veggies, dinner similar than fruit. Haven't had alcohol in 20 years except one glass of wine 3 years ago. Swap a salad and potato no more than once a week. Vegetarian. There's a lot of fat vegetarians. Fruit spikes, insulin, and having it late night is probably the culprit. I mean, If you have a genetic disposition for visceral fat, it's probably not going to just come down to fruit. There's probably a number of things. Like genetic traits don't come out of nowhere, right? These things are evolving over thousands of years, right? So in order for that to happen, I would think the environment has to be the same or similar for a very long time, which is why a lot of this comes back to diet. This is why a lot of it comes back to diet. So, I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know anything. So, I mean, I guess it's worth a shot, but if we're talking insulin, if your diet is already good, right? If your diet is already good and healthy, you may not put on more visceral fat, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're in a position to lose the visceral fat. Does that make sense? You may not put more on because of a healthy diet, but that doesn't mean you're going to lose what you've already had, especially with a genetic disposition because of a healthy diet. So, in my mind, when I hear insulin, I automatically think fasting, and I mean beyond 12 hours. But again, you got to be careful because of being on a GLP-1. Your blood sugar is already so tightly controlled with a GLP-1. So again, talk with your doctor. There's a lot of greens. There's a lot of greens, rice, fruit, starchy vegetables. It's a lot of sugar. Maybe natural sugar, but by the time it gets into your body don't care. Your body don't know the difference. Sugar is sugar is sugar is sugar is sugar is sugar is sugar. So while before ultra processed foods, it may not have manifested as overall obesity, it sounds like those health factors were still there from the visceral fat. Spike my sugar levels out of control. So with that being said, I thought I was going to spend a lot more time on waist circumference, but I think the reason I spent most of the time on BMI, I may even change the title. We'll see. The reason I spent so much time on BMI is because everybody does this. People spit stuff out, right? And just roll with it. We ain't asking no questions. We ain't doing no investigations. We ain't doing no research. That's why y'all got me. Because I'm either do the research in real time on the live stream, or I'm going to challenge your thought process, or both, you know? It may not be your diet, Lori. It may not be your diet. It may not be your diet. When I say it may not be your diet, I mean, it may not be what you're eating. It could be when you're eating. That's the whole point of fasting. That's the whole point of fasting. That's the whole point of extended fasting too. Is to drop that insulin and eat up that internal fat. People get all bent out of shape about fasting, but don't even know what it's for. People fasted for thousands of years with no problem. Wasn't nobody dying from fasting. Okay, wasn't nobody dying. But if you are on insulin, or if you're type 2 or type 1, or if you're underweight, or if you're even if you're on a GLP-1, you know, your blood sugar is controlled, so you may feel a little off trying to do some extended fasting because it'll drop your blood sugar. So you do that with the assistance of a doctor. But it may not be, you may have a healthy diet. It may not be that you're eating fish and fruit. But I know one thing that is undisputed. Yeah, Sydney, you late. Everybody done met Layla. Sydney, you were here. I could have swore you were here. Jen says she's fat and overweight. She's right here asking for my attention too. Just consider it, Lori. Listen, when you do a little bit of research, right? When you do a little bit of research. Okay, let's back up to the doctors real quick. Our doctors are well informed on what they're taught in medical school. The medical field in America moves very slowly with new information and with change. So a lot of old information just gets dragged into the present, and we just keep doing the same shit over and over again. America does not do chronic disease well. That's why everybody's sick and they don't know what to do other than give us pills and GLP-1s. They don't know what to do, okay? But we do acute emergency care really well. If you break a leg, if you need a heart transplant, you probably want to be in America. If you go axe throwing and an axe ends up in your spine, your chances of probably being able to walk again are high in America versus other places. No, it was a few days ago that I showed her. I'll show her, Sydney. I can't lift her up because she's fat, according to BMI. But your doctor doesn't have to be the only one that is informed, you know? It is our jobs to be informed about these things too. And I think we are just unaware of that. Like, it's your job, it's your doctor's job to point you in the right direction, sure. But like, I think we expect too much of our PCPs. Like, I mean, sometimes we don't expect enough of them. Like, they need to do better. They need to be updated on current information. But like, sometimes we expect too much of them, and there are things that we can figure out on our own. In the age of information, we just got to do a little research. But when things are beyond our scope of research, that's when we go to specialists, okay? Like, I could research till I'm blue in the face. I'm not going to be able to find, even if I feel like I need tretinoin, I can't find it on the store shelves, I don't think. I got to go to a dermatologist and get the prescription for it, you know? So doctors have their place, but we're responsible for our health too. And you just have to keep in mind that just because your doctor doesn't have an answer doesn't mean there's not an answer. Thick Layla, she thick. You want to twerk? You want to twerk for YouTube? I don't know why you're staring at me like that. I'm not feeding you again. But anyway, it's like, you know, it's our responsibility too. Because I recall, like, for me, how that worked out was I was 220 pounds. This is years ago, like a decade ago. I was 220 pounds. My sleep was shit. My energy was shit. I was getting boils under my arms. I still have the scars. No, doctors couldn't help me. They didn't, I don't know. Like, they didn't even think to point me in the direction of an obesity specialist or a dermatologist or a dietitian. Like, we don't know. You know what I did? I got desperate and I started researching. And what I found out is that I'm having issues that I'm having because I'm big. That's what I found out. How do I stop being big? And that's when I found keto and fasting. Now, are those foolproof ways? I think fasting is. But keto, for some people. I said that to say it worked. I got better. So I learned something. My doctors, for some reason, couldn't fucking figure it out. They couldn't tell me shit because they're not up to date, right? So I stopped seeing those doctors. And I started seeing my online doctor, Dr. Jason Fung and Dr. Eric Berg. Okay. I started seeing my online doctors and they got my shit together. They got me together. Okay. And it worked. It worked for me until the pandemic happened. The pandemic happened and then all hell went to, you know, all shit. Everything went to shit. Shit went to hell. I don't fucking know. But like, you know, I had to do were you just going to accept that your doctor don't want to talk about it or that your doctor don't know? And we also don't want to change doctors every 5 minutes. Hey, Erica girl, I heard you. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad to see you here, Erica. I be looking like, is Erica still around? And you still be around, girl. But yeah, like, y'all gotta put some of the work. Like, this is not the age before the internet, okay? I'm not being ageist to my seasoned girlies and guys, but y'all gotta put some of the effort in. And if you don't want to do it, tell your grandkids to do it. Tell your kids and grandkids to do it. And if you don't have any, then we're back to you. You gotta do it. Okay? You have to do it. And listen, and if y'all don't like, that's why I'm here. Maybe I'll point you in the right direction. I ain't no doctor or nothing, but maybe I'll point you in the right direction. We have become an entitled group. We think our PCP is our GLP-1 concierge doctor. Yeah, I don't listen, and I'm glad I learned this lesson early, that you can't depend on your doctor for everything. I think we're supposed to be a team, but they don't know everything. Just like you don't know everything, they don't know everything. So ideally, you want to take what a dietitian knows, what a PCP knows, what a obesity specialist knows, what a cardiologist knows, what an endocrinologist knows, what a nephrologist knows. You want to take all those pieces and what vanity knows and put them together. And maybe somewhere in there is a solution. Maybe somewhere in there is a solution. I think we are so used to not having answers because the people we depend on for answers don't have all the answers. That don't mean the answers don't exist. Like, imagine your doctor telling you at 300 pounds, fasting is dangerous, and you take their word for it. When there's a whole other doctor, not to say your doctor's a bad doctor, there's a whole other doctor that says, if you're 300 pounds, you're not on any medications that would be of concern, fasting is probably your best bet. You get to pick and choose who you listen to. You get to pick and choose what you self-experiment with. Imagine being 300 pounds and your doctor says GLP-1s are dangerous. They're cheating. Then there's other doctors that say you would benefit from a GLP-1, not only for weight loss, but for other reasons. You get to pick and choose who you listen to. Or you can be like me and others and just start out from the research to begin with. I didn't listen, call it what you want. I'm not saying be like me necessarily, but like when I found out about GLP-1s, I just did the research and decided that's what I want. Now I didn't go gray market or off market. I did go with compound, but it was a prescription. Did the doctor care to know anything about me? No. I think that's problematic, but oh well, we're already past that. Preferably, I would have had a doctor that knows something about me, you know? And then when I took my answers to my PCP and she said, good job. Here's where I can help. Now, maybe that's me being privileged because some doctors suck. They don't all suck, but some of them suck. Okay? So with that being said, when I went to my PCP, knowing I was already getting results from my GLP-1 and not having negative side effects, when I went to my PCP, if she had said, that's dangerous, who told you to do that? I don't want you to do that. I would have been like, but per my research and per what I see other people are experiencing, seems okay to me. I got a prescription for it. I'm seeing success. Do you have a better option? She tried to double down and give me metformin. I'm like, I took it, but I never took it. Like I got the prescription, but I never actually took the medication. I was like, nah. She gave me the metformin. She's like, this'll help. This'll get more weight off. It'll help with the blood pre-diabetes. It'll help with the weight. I was like, okay. But I looked at the side effects. I was like, it's not worth it. I think the GLP-1 is doing what I needed to do. Told her I decided to not take it. It was like, okay. So yeah, maybe. Okay, that's not going to be everybody's experience. But what I'm saying is we are responsible for the research that we put into the lives that we want, you know? Lori, you can control when you eat. No, you have that good 20-year doctor, have him write you a good old accommodation letter. Healthcare workers can have accommodations. Oh, okay. Yeah, girl, I've been watching the replays. I took a break from Manjaro because of medical reasons, and my A1C went from 5.4 to 6.0. I'm going back on it. We got your back, girl. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope whatever was going on that you needed to stop for, I hope that that's working out for you, and I look forward to how you're doing when you get back on. My concern with longer fasting is not getting enough calories. I find myself now eating more than I want just to get my calories. Do we have another 3 hours for this stream? Lori, what's a calorie? Okay, I'll try to make this as simple as possible. Without doing this in 3 hours. Let me think about it for a second. Because I know what I want to say, but I need to, because I'm long-winded. I got to simplify it. Okay. Would we be willing to concede? So Laura, you're concerned about, okay, so when you say, let's break it down piece by piece. When you say not getting enough calories, okay, you're saying you're concerned about under eating, right? No, we don't have another 3 hours. I'm not gonna give it. I was joking. Shut up, Jen. I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to break it down. When you say not getting enough calories, that can be considered you don't want to undereat, right? Because on a GLP-1, some of us, our appetite is so tightly controlled that we can't get enough food, and we need to eat for nutrients, right? We need to eat for nutrients. With specifically being on a GLP-1 with the slow digestion, you don't want to eat so little that your body forgets, right? Even though that's a rare occurrence, it is a concern, right? We want to be able to eat our protein to maintain our muscle, or if we're build our muscle. So we want to be able to get our nutrients because our hair be falling out. We want to be able to get our nutrients from our food. We want to be able to maintain our muscle. We want to be able to maintain our digestion. Plenty of reasons, right? Why we want to be we don't want to stall out from undereating if we're still trying to lose weight. So undereating is a real concern on a GLP-1. Okay, I hate you, Jen. I hate you. Okay, we following? You follow? Not forget the rest of them. You following me, Lori? There is a real concern of undereating on a GLP-1 because some people are not getting their nutrients, and if you don't get your nutrients, your body will eat your muscle, correct? Your hair will fall out, your skin will dry up, okay? Your mood will be shit, all of that, yes? And for some of us, your weight loss will stall out. We in agreement? Undereating, real concern, yes? Now, the measurement by which we verify, some of us, whether or not we're undereating or eating enough or overeating is calories. Not here to argue about calories. If that's your measurement, that's your measurement. That's fine. Fine. Okay. Still following? Are we willing to concede, meaning give up a point, right? Since we're on the same page, are we willing to concede or agree that when it comes to weight gain, body fat, that's a mechanism controlled by hormones, right? Calories too, but your body knows where to put the calories because of hormones, right? So versus so whether you burn it or store it as fat or store it as sugar or store it in the liver, your body knows how to do that because of hormones, right? Are we in agreement? We didn't just get obese because we ate too many calories. Yes, we did. But that's not the only reason. The reason is because what we were eating gave our hormones the instructions of where to put those calories. And the instructions that we gave our body were stored as fat. That's your ultra processed foods, your carbs and all that. Yes? Are we following? Hormones, calories, weight gain. Hormones tell the calories where to go. Yes? They all see patients, I think. Dr. Fung sees patients too. I think they all still see patients. Hormones tell the calories where to go, right? That's why we needed hormonal interventions. That's why we needed GLP-1s. We needed hormones to control the hunger. We needed hormones to control the insulin, to control the blood sugar. We needed hormones to assist with releasing the fat. Yes? It all comes back to hormones. Okay, great. So with that being said, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you now. I've said it before, but I'll tell you now. There's a difference in what the body does based on when you're under eating versus eating nothing. There's a difference. You following me, Lori? There is a difference between eating nothing and eating too little. Our brain tells us that eating nothing would be worse. That's what our brain tells us. That's what common sense tells us. Luckily, our bodies are smarter than us. Okay? Our bodies are smarter than us. If too little is bad, zero must be worse. If too little is bad, zero must be worse. If too little is bad, 0 must be worse. Okay. Based on research, based on patient experience, what we know about fasting that is undisputed. I can't say it's undisputed. People continue to dispute it, but can't explain the dispute. But whatever. What we know about fasting, not 12 hours of nothing. I'm talking about, well, okay, let's give you the 12 hours. Let's say that. A period fasting is designed is defined as a period of 0 calorie consumption, right? No eating, no drinking, no nothing, no nutrient consumption at all. Not even milk or sugar in your coffee. You can have a coffee, but it would be black. But a typical traditional fast would be no coffee either, but that's fine. So if fasting means no consumption, how do people not die when they're fasting? How are you able to go 12 hours without eating and you don't die? How are some people able to go 24 hours, 5 days, a month without eating and they don't die unless they're underweight and they don't die? There's a reason they don't die. It's because our bodies are very smart. When you don't eat, okay, your primary fuel source is what you're putting in your mouth. Your body burns that up first. But if that's not available, your body knows what to do next, which is to eat what you've already stored. That's the whole point of body fat. It ain't there to just make us look cute, okay? Body fat is there for when you're not eating. Period. That's what it's there for. It's there, it cushions the organs, it's there for a couple of reasons, but for the most part, it's there for when you can't eat. When you're in nature or something and you can't get food. I mean, you don't want to die if you can't eat for 24 hours. How do you not die? Your body will use what's already there. But if you're constantly eating, there's no reason to use what's there because you're constantly eating. Your body can't do both. It can't use what you're eating and what you stored. You eat, you burn, excess is stored. You eat, you burn, excess is stored. We just happen to have an excess to the point of obesity, okay? So with that being said, when you eat nothing for 12 hours, the reason that you don't die, or 24, 36, or 48, or 50, whatever, is because your body switches into utilizing what's already stored. Yes, even visceral fat is storage. Yes, it's stored in the organs, right? Okay. The problem is, yes, sugar first, glycogen, then fat. Yes, but you got to let enough hours pass. But yes, Shonda, if the body, if we know that when you're eating, you're burning what you eat, excess is put in storage. We all agree we eat excess calories, right? I don't care about the calories, but let's use calories. We all agree we eat in excess, right? Our hormones are telling our body where to put the excess, the calories. It put the excess in fat, put it in fat, put it in fat, put it in fat, put it in fat. That's what we're doing all day, every day before GLP-1, okay? So that's one end of the spectrum. On the other end is no eating. Take it out, take it out, take it out, take it out. Take it out of the fat. Sugar, glycogen first, right? So sugar, then glycogen stored in the muscles, then glycogen stored in the liver, and then fat, right? Take it out, take it out, take it out. There's nothing coming in. You got to take it out. We're not about to die. You got to take it out, okay? Both things can't happen at the same time. Both things can't happen. You're either storing or you're burning. You're storing or you're burning, okay? We're following. Lori's following me. I know she's following me. She following me. She here with me. Now, let's get back to the undereating. This is the last piece, and this is the difference between undereating and fasting. There's a bit of a unfortunate caveat with, not even caveat, there's a bit of an unfortunate misnomer, misunderstanding, misconception. There's an unfortunate misconception that means, or that says, if you automatically eat less, not 0, less, that the body will automatically burn. That's what people believe. Calories in, calories out, right? You eat the calories, you put it away, you eat less of them, you burn the calories. Unfortunately, That's not exactly how the body works. That's not exactly how it works, okay? The rules of thermodynamics, the thermodynamics, as they say, are technically right, but the way the formula is written is kind of backwards for the body, okay? So the way the body determines what it's gonna burn is one, hormones, but two, it's based on not just what you're eating, how much you're eating, but the timing in which you're eating, okay? Because your body has to wait for you to stop consuming in order to burn. Your body has to wait. Would you argue, not argue, would you agree, Lori, that when you were a kid, you didn't eat all day every day? Probably. I hear that a lot about the 50s and 60s. That, yeah, people were more active, yeah, and all that, but you didn't eat all day, right? Like you didn't eat in a car, you didn't eat at your desk at work. You probably a kid. You didn't, you ate 3 meals a day, you didn't snack all day, like you weren't eating all day, right? So there were periods of time where people weren't eating, and that's how weight naturally in humans stays relatively stable. And then you have certain cultures that will purposefully incorporate fastings for spiritual reasons, health reasons, whatever, right? You were skinny as a kid. I'm cooking, Lori. I'm cooking. I got you. Follow me, Lori. Following me, Lori. Okay. As we get into, the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, we start eating more and more and more. Part of that was propaganda, not our fault. Not only are we eating more, we're eating worse shit. Part of that was propaganda, not our fault. Okay. But the amount of time we spend in a removing from storage window got shorter and shorter and shorter. So instead of us eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner between, let's say, 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. or 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. I don't know. What time did y'all have dinner? I don't know. We now eat several times a day, spiking insulin, and we eat all goddamn day before a GLP-1. Okay, that's how we got big. All right. Now, conventional wisdom for weight loss, even if you Google it, will say, if you want to lose weight, just cut your calories by 500. Just cut it. Eat less, move more, increase your expenditure, lower your consumption. Simple, easy as pie. Except not so much, because everybody was big throughout the 2000s, even though that was the advice. Now, before that, typical advice was to lower your carbs and stuff like that. Like before that, if you ask if your grandparents were alive, Lori, and you ask them what causes body fat, they'd be able to tell you it was starchy foods and sugars and stuff like that. Like just stop eating all that bread. Like they probably say something like that, right? Stop eating all that bread and potatoes or something like that. Or depending on what part of the world you grew up in. But in America, probably. So with that being said, the idea is calories are what count, nothing else. You will not. I just explained the hormones. You will never hear the calorie people mention the hormones. You will never hear them mention it, right? They won't mention it. They won't mention the hunger hormone ghrelin. They won't mention GLP and GIP. They won't mention estrogen. They won't mention cortisol. They won't mention insulin. They won't mention thyroid. They won't mention shit. It's all calories, right? So with that being said, when you cut your calories, what happens? You get groggy, you get cranky, you get hungry. On a GLP-1, you have some other stuff that goes on. You miss out on your nutrients, okay? But you might lose some weight, and then you stop losing weight. So you got to cut your calories some more. And you might start losing weight again, but you're hungry, you're cranky, you're aggravated, and if you're on a GLP-1, you might have some other stuff going on. Okay. Eventually, you can't cut your calories no more. Not talking about fasting. You can't cut no more. You can't go from 2,000 to 15 to 1,000 to 500. Like eventually, what's going to happen is that your body is going to get very confused and say, I don't know what's happening, but the food is getting scarcer and scarcer. Let's conserve. That is why some of us end up in stalls on a GLP-1. If you give your body just a little bit, but not quite enough, it will conserve. It will hold. It will hold on to body fat. It will hold on to it. You're giving it Not even just enough. You're giving it less than enough. So if your basal metabolic rate is 1700 and you're eating 2000, you'll gain weight. So you drop to 1500 so that you can lose. Your body will then drop to 14 or 13 or 1350 or 1450. And then no more weight loss. Okay? Happens to all of us. Happens to all of us. And then you try to cut and you cut and you cut until you can't cut no more. Okay? So if you undereat, you're still spiking insulin. You're still telling your body that food is coming in, but it's not quite enough. So because your body knows food is coming in, it's not going to burn, but it's not enough. So it's just gonna use a little bit less for energy. So you get colder, you get hungry, you get hangry. You might even get a little hypoglycemic. All right? When you start fasting, that's not what happens. It's not. You don't get cold. You don't get cold. You don't. You might be a little hungry at first, but if any of us have worked through lunch because we didn't have time to stop to eat, the hunger just goes away. Eventually, it goes away. Goes away. Because your body's going to figure out where to get it from. It's not getting the signal through your mouth. It's not getting the signal through your stomach that food is coming in. So it will just get it from elsewhere. The hunger is temporary, but it passes with time. It passes. Now, a lot of us are on a biological clock or on a social clock, meaning we get our ghrelin rises because we're used to getting hungry at 8 a.m. and then it falls because we eat. And then it rises again for lunch, or if you didn't eat the right thing, if you ate something that causes your appetite or causes your sugar to crash, then you may get hungry 8, then 10, then 12, then 3, then 6, then 8, then 10. This is why people eat 6 times a day, okay? But if you fast, what happens is you get hungry, you skip the meal, hunger peaks, and then it drops. Hunger is not magic. It's not in your head. It's ghrelin. It's a hormone. It goes up, it goes down. In the morning, you get hungry. Some of us, you get hungry. You don't eat. Ghrelin peaks. Your body realizes the food ain't coming. Ghrelin goes down. You're fine. You don't die. Lunchtime comes because you're used to eating at 12 or 2 o'clock. Ghrelin will peak. Is it time to eat yet? You skipped the meal. Ghrelin falls. You might have a little bit of an attitude if you're not used to this. It's not fun. It's not easy. You might have a little bit of an attitude, but eventually it passes. Dinner comes. Is it time to eat yet? Yeah, we'll eat. And then you eat your dinner. Or vice versa. You eat breakfast and skip your dinner. Whatever it is, right? The point that I'm trying to make is when you're fasting, the hormones have to do the work because the calories don't play a role. We put so much importance on calories, but what happens when you take the calories away? The body doesn't die. The body doesn't cry. It might cry a little bit, but the body you take the calories away, your body finds another route. It finds another route. That's what the sugar is there for. That's what glycogen is there for. That's your quick energy. And that's what body fat is there for. How else are you going to get to it if you're eating all the time? One way is to get on a GLP-1. That'll help you jerry-rig the system a little bit. That'll help you jerry-rig the system a little bit. A little bit. Some of y'all fasted on your GLP-1 and don't want to give the credit to fasting because you don't like the word. But some of y'all had days where you didn't eat. Some of y'all had days where you didn't eat until 2 o'clock. Some of y'all had days where you skipped dinner. Some of y'all had days where you skipped dinner and skipped breakfast. Some of y'all had days where you only ate once. What do you think is, if you only eat once in a day, what do you think is happening in the other 23 hours? That is a 23-hour fasting period. That is a 23-hour period of zero consumption and your body getting the fats from your cells. That's what's happening. Y'all just don't call it fasting, but that's what we talking about when we say fasting. So whether it's 12 hours, whether it's 15, whether it's 30, the longer you go, the more time you are spending in that fat burning stage. Of course, if you're older or if you have other metabolic issues, or if you have medications that you are on, yes, you may need to do it with some guidance. But on average, I'm not suggesting this for you, Lori. I'm just explaining to you, when you worry about not getting enough calories, I'm telling you, your body knows what to do. You'll be fine. Eating nothing for a short period of time, and when I say short, I mean anywhere from 12 hours to 3 days, right? I'm not suggesting a 3-day fast, but that's what I, as a person that is used to fasting, would consider short, right? Anywhere from, let's say 24 hours. Let me not even do the 3 days because people are like, she tripping. Let's say 24 hours. Anywhere from 12 to 24 hours, you are not going to end up, unless you have medication that lowers your blood sugar, you're not going to end up in a bad situation. You're not going to end up in a bad situation. Anything from 12 to 24 hours is just a period where your body will change course. And we used to be in a position, Miss Skinny as a kid, lucky, we used to be in a position where it was normal to go periods of time without eating. It was completely normal. How many of y'all got to fast before blood work? Let's talk about it. We ain't gonna do it for 3 hours because Lori's following me. She probably fell asleep, but she'll catch the playback if she did. How many of y'all had to fast before blood work? All of you. I'm not even gonna ask. All of you have to fast before blood work 9 times out of 10. It takes a couple of hours, but it does just go away, because I noticed that, because I will be in school and sometimes I don't like the food. I don't want it. So I'll wait an hour and no longer hungry. Yeah, it's the problem that we have in America is that fasting isn't necessarily culturally acceptable. It's frowned upon as a whole, when plenty of religions and other cultures fast regularly. Like, it's so weird because we're a very like Christian country. We're a very Christian country. Don't y'all fast for the Christians? Don't y'all fast for Lent? Is it Lent? Ooh, I probably said the wrong one. Is it Lent? Y'all let me know. I couldn't eat one meal a day forever and get enough nutrients. Y'all see what I mean? Including you, Lori. Y'all as a collective. Do y'all see what I mean? You see what I mean? This is what I mean by our internal feelings about a thing will rule any new information. I say 12 to 24 hours. Lori says forever. I say 12 to 24 hours. Lori says forever. All I did was explain what happens if you don't eat. That's all I did, was give the information of what happens if you don't eat. You don't die. You don't end up with nutrient deficiencies. If you don't eat for 12 to 24 hours and you are not type 1 or type 2 on insulin, you do not end up with deficiencies. I fast 12 hours every day. Okay. What is the difference between 12 and 13 hours, Lori? Then I'm going to ask you, what's the difference between 13 and 14 hours? Then I'm going to ask you, what's the difference between 14 and 15 hours? Up until we get to 24, Lori, I can tell you the metabolic differences. Oh yeah, I believe in keeping your back skinny on vacation, but I'm not fasting on. I mean, I might eat a late breakfast, but that's just because I'm used to not eating breakfast these days. If I eat breakfast these days, it's because I just feel like it. I just feel like having breakfast, but I'm typically not hungry. It's just more of like a social thing that I do. But so if you fast every day for 12 hours and you're not ending up with nutrition deficiencies, Lori, I'm trying to figure out okay, the visceral fat is stored. It's locked in storage, right? And it's getting on your nerves, and it's a health concern. How do you get the visceral fat out of storage? How do you get it out? How does your body know to let it go? How does your body know? We get that you have a genetic disposition, But like when we say genetics, right? You know, we can't control which genes we end up with, but we can control our gene expression. If I'm not mistaken, that's called epigenetics. What is gene expression called? Um, wait, what is epigenetics? I might have used the wrong word. What is epigenetics? Epigenetics is the study of how behaviors and environmental factors cause physical changes that affect how your genes work. Gene expression, exactly. Okay. So, based on our behavior in our environment, we can impact the genes that we are born with. Is anybody willing to dispute that? Like, I can't make myself tall. Like, all genes aren't created equal, right? My height was determined before I was born. So I can't make myself taller, right? I can't change the color of my skin necessarily, right? I mean, y'all know what I mean. Like, I can't, outside of chemicals, I can't grow blonde hair out of my head, right? Like, um I can't have testicles. Like, I can't. Listen, I don't want to get into the politics of it, but I cannot produce semen. Okay. Like, I can't fix that. I can't change that. Right. I can't change that. However, however, there are some things I can change, like the number of fat cells that you're born with. That's determined in before you make it into the world. Your number of fat cells are determined before you make it into the world. Your predisposition to the ease in which those fat cells fill up, yes, may be a part of your genetics. But can you alter your body fat percentage? Can you alter how much fat is within your fat cells? Yeah, they grow, they shrink. The numbers don't change. I think if you get like lipo or fat transfers, fat cells will die in the transfer process. But other than that, you're born with the number that you have for the rest of your life, I believe. They just grow and shrink. I hear what you're saying, but I have scheduled times to eat at work. If I miss them, I am out of luck. Sterile gloves, etc. at work. Who said you got to eat at work? Is that too much? Sometimes because of work, I miss a day of eating. Do you end up in the ER when you miss a day? Is your entire week ruined when you miss a day of eating, Lori? As okay, so Delilah has said Lent is Catholic, and Sydney said as Christians we fast in general and during specific prayers. Okay, all right. 12 plus 8. 12 plus 8 what? I might see, I'll be forgetting what I said to prompt the message and help me out. 14 hours of work, 5 to 6 days a week. What I'm asking is, you said sometimes you miss a day of eating because of work. That's literally what I described. Sometimes you don't eat. Do you end up in the ER because you didn't eat? I'm just asking what would happen if you did that on purpose instead of accidentally because of work. What would happen? Would you end up in the ER? So like, I don't know your work schedule, right? So let's say you wake up at 8 a.m. I don't know. You might be a shift worker. You might work at night, but just work with me here. Let's say Monday you wake up at 8 a.m. You don't have breakfast. You're rushing out the door. And you got a 14-hour shift. So that will put you at getting off at 10 p.m. Work was slammed. You didn't get to eat. You probably was a little hangry, or you may be one of those, it may be one of those situations where you was a little moody or hangry at first, but you were so busy that you worked straight through it. You came home, you're tired, you don't feel like eating, food ain't prepped, all the restaurants closed, you go to sleep, wake up the next day at 8 a.m. That's 24 hours. Does that warrant a trip to the ER? Did you suddenly lose like all of your B vitamins or your vitamin D, or like did all of your hair fall out? Like what happens? Grumpy and tired. That's a real thing. Do you know why we end up grumpy and tired when we don't eat? Because our food is our primary fuel source. Okay. Doesn't mean it's our only fuel source. It doesn't mean it's the only one. It's the primary one. So when you don't have it, yeah, you get an attitude. Low blood sugar causes an attitude. It causes an attitude. It does. It's supposed to, because you're supposed to get motivated to get that muffin. Okay. You're supposed to get motivated to get that muffin. But you know what else? What's also happening? A lot of people, especially in America, we have high sugar and high processed carbohydrate diets, highly processed grains, flours, all of that, right? Some of those things, a lot of those things are also, I work 10-hour days, so I get it. A lot of those things are also releasing, like contributing to endorphin releases. So when we don't have them, we feel grumpy. So it's not only the actual hunger, it's not only the actual blood sugar, it's the missing of the endorphins as well. So yeah, unfortunately, it does suck. It does suck at first. Fasting is a skill if you do it regularly. If you do it a couple times a year, then maybe not. But if you do it regularly, it's a skill. It's a skill. Lori, you go 12 hours without eating every day, right? There are people that can't go 10. I swear to God, 10 years ago, I remember the first time I went 12 hours without eating. I dreamt about 3 people in my life that passed away in the same dream. I don't want to call it hallucinating because I wasn't awake. I was dreaming. The first time I tried to go 12 hours without eating, I dreamt about my mother, my godfather, and my nephew in the same dream. That's how delirious my brain was from the lack of sugar and from the lack of food. That's how bad it was. The first time that's 12 hours. That's don't eat at 8 p.m. It's now 8 a.m. My dreams, I had extremely vivid dreams. My dreams were so vivid, I had to keep a journal. My dreams were so vivid. I thought people that passed away didn't pass away. That's how messed up like my brain was without food for 12 hours. I was irritable. I can't even say it was really hunger. It was that low blood sugar irritability where like you can like just feel it in your skin, like you need to eat something now. But I was determined. So I got past it. It took me about, it took some trial and error. But that first 12 hours was insane. It was insane. It was insane. So yeah, it sucks. It does. Some people can't go 10 hours. Some people have to eat at 8 a.m., blood sugar crash. They eat at 8 a.m., blood sugar spike. By 10 a.m., crash, need a muffin. They eat again, blood sugar spike, crash. They need a fucking a smoothie. Blood sugar spike, crash. By 3 o'clock, they need a donut or they need a slice of pizza. Blood sugar spike, crash. By 5 o'clock, they need something else. Blood sugar spike, crash. By 7 o'clock, they need something else. Blood sugar spike, crash. By 10 o'clock, they need a bedtime snack. That's the American way. That's the American way. I'm not even blaming anybody for that. I'm just paying the information forward. Do with it what you will. Do with it what you will. But that's the American way. Eat, blood sugar spike, crash. Eat, blood sugar spike, crash. Eat, blood sugar spike, crash all day long. All goddamn day long before a GLP-1. It's all day long. This is why people got into fasting as a trend in the first place, because those are the people that were doing the research were trying to get out of that cycle of blood sugar crashes. And if you did enough of the research, then you learn the only way out of the only way to lower that insulin that's telling your body to store is to stop eating for a certain amount of time. Yeah, healthcare is hard. Healthcare is hard. Yeah, I get that. That don't mean you got to eat at work though. like eating, listen, I'm not anti-eating. I eat. I'm just saying what you're saying is irrelevant to what I'm saying. It's relevant that you work hard and you're tired and you want food to get you through work. Okay. There's 24 hours in a day. You're already fasting 12 of those hours. So that leaves you with another 12, right? Are we saying we need the entire 12 to eat though? You know what I think it is, Lori? Because you do 12 hours every day, you associate with all types of fasting with daily fasting. And that's not the case. You could do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 12, 12, 12, 12, get to Thursday, do 14 or 16, and then by Friday, you're back at 12. Or you could do Monday through Thursday, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, and then by the time you get to Friday, do 24, like, etc. It doesn't have to. Take your 12 daily. Maybe this will make sense, Lori. Take your 12 daily and rearrange it. Instead of doing 12 7 times in your free time, if you don't want to do it at work, but I say challenge yourself. In your free time, extend some of those 12s out. That's how you do it. You extend to 13. And when that's not too terrible, you extend it to 14 and 15 and 16. Okay. That's how you do it. It doesn't have to be 5 12s, 5 12s and 2 16s is more effective than 7 12s. 6 12s and 1 24 is more effective than 7 12s. Yeah. Does that make sense? I know it's scary, but there's a difference between scary and harmful. 6 12s and 120 is better than 7 12s. 3 12s and 4 16s is better than 7 12s. Or move them all up to 7 13s. The whole reason of extending the window, nutrient deficiency is not your concern. I'm telling you that right now. It's like, it's not your concern. Nutrient deficiency is not your concern because you're on a GLP-1 and you're fasting. Now, if you're under eating on a regular basis, then yeah, because your body's going to get confused and it's going to start eating up the proteins that would be building your hair follicles because you're not eating enough. But I'm telling you, in order to change the instructions, you have to change the timing in which you're not eating. You have to go longer without eating, which all of you do. All of y'all was not eating 3 meals a day for the entirety of your journey. Maybe some of y'all were, but all of y'all were not eating 3 meals a day. Some of y'all ate 1 meal here and there or whatever. Some of y'all ate twice. Some y'all damn sure wasn't eating 6 times a day. I know that. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Y'all wasn't eating 6 times a day. Okay. But I'd be willing to bet most of y'all wasn't eating 3 times a day. Some of y'all wasn't even eating every day. You wasn't. Some of y'all forgot to eat on a particular day. Some of y'all only ate once. Some of y'all only had a coffee. Y'all are fasting on GLP-1s and don't want to call it fasting because don't call it fasting then. You're just not eating. But once you incorporate the word fasting, then suddenly people get scared. You're willing to accidentally not eat, but you're not willing to purposefully not eat. Undereating is off the table. We don't undereat. We don't do that. Undereating is off the table. You either eat or you don't eat. You either eat or you don't eat. And to be honest with you, even if you undereat some like on occasion, like not on occasion, but like some of us do undereat on GLP-1s, but it's not to the extent that it causes us harm. It's you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Y'all all acting like y'all eating 2,000 calories a day, and you're not. All of y'all are not eating 1,700 calories a day. Some days you may eat 1,700, some days you may eat 500, some days you may eat. It's all about consistency over time. It's all about consistency over time. So with that being said, Lori, you're already doing the thing you're scared of doing, which is crazy. You're already doing the thing that you're scared of doing. You think that suddenly, if you go from 12 hours to 15 hours or 12 hours to 24 hours, suddenly you're going to end up nutrient deficient if you do that once a week or twice a week. And I'm telling you, you're not. Unless you have some other conditions that I don't know about. But I'm not your doctor. Do what y'all will. 3 hours and 47 minutes. Y'all ain't listening to me no more anyway. I'm about to get out of here. I probably will get off of the BMI high horse after this, because like I already knew, or like I already know, people will repeat what they've been saying over and over and over and over without any consideration for new information. I don't care if you're young, old. I don't care if you got type 2 PMOS, you fast, you don't fast. Whatever we're used to doing, people will just repeat that, or whatever we're used to saying or believing. I'll say whatever trying to talk to y'all about like BMI and fasting and stuff. It's like trying to talk to calories in, calories out people about GLP-1s. Y'all know how they just don't get it? Like they just don't even want to consider the information. That's how some of y'all are. It's okay. I tried. BMI, European white men. Okay, sure. Fine. Okay. That waist circumference ain't gonna lie though. That stomach is still sticking over your pants. And now we know, thanks to Lori, even if you're not overall obese based on the BMI scale, there's still such a thing as abdominal obesity based around visceral fat, which can still be dangerous. So you have an additional thing to conquer. And a GLP-1 may not be enough. So it's back to the drawing board and getting some more information, but y'all don't want to. Y'all don't want more information. Some of y'all. Y'all don't want more information. And to that I say, listen, no, don't be sorry, Delilah. We need to shake Lori by her shirt. Just like, wake up, Lori. You'll be fine, okay? Like, nobody's telling you to never eat it. Like, I can't stand when I say one thing and y'all blow it up to something I didn't say. Like, all I said was, what happens when you don't eat? You don't die. And it's like, well, I can't never eat again. I can't just not eat. I can't just eat one meal a day for the rest of my life. It's like, who said that? Like, what? Could be stress too. Yeah, it could be stress. We got to work on our sleep. We got to work on all that. Despite work, stressful work environments, it could be that too. Yeah. I am over dramatic. So am I, girl. I heart you, Lori. I'm just stubborn as well. Like I'm stubborn. So, like, I will concede when I don't know something. I'll just look it up in front of y'all. I will concede when you guys make a better point than what I previously believed. Other than that, I'm right and y'all wrong. I'm right, y'all are wrong. I hope Rhonda didn't unsubscribe because I asked how you obese but not that obese. Rhonda, I heart you. Don't leave me. Is she? I don't know. If you are, be careful. Never mind. I'm not a doctor. Don't listen to me. I'm not a doctor. What do I know? All I'm trying to do is pay the information forward. Do with it what you will. All I'm saying is, guys, put yourself out there a little bit and get some information. Don't just assume something is bad. Put a little effort. If you already are on the fasting train, Lori, put a little effort into researching what happens if you go from 12 to 14 hours. Just put a little effort into it. See if it's worth it. You don't got to do it 7 days a week, but maybe you do it twice a week or once a week. And then when you get used to that and that gets easy, you move it up to your 16, your 18. Before you know it, you're at a 24, which you've already admitted to doing 24s before, but accidentally. Y'all all fast before your blood work. Okay. Is there a fear of severe blood sugar drops? That's happened to me, so I can understand that. No, yeah, I addressed that. She's worried about not getting enough calories, which is worse. That's a worse fear. Like, not worse because it is worse, but worse because that's a fear that does not need to be had. That is a fear listen, Lindas. But Lori is also 115 pounds, right? She's also 115 pounds. So, you know, you're on the lower end of a BMI. So, you know, the number on, like, so be mindful with extended fat, not extended, but, you know, fasting beyond 12 hours, you are going to lose weight. That don't mean you can't gain it back, but according to you, you are trying to lose that visceral fat weighs. It weighs something. So if you lose that fat, the scale is going to go down. So then what? I don't even know what that means. Do you eat to put some more fat back on? Like what do you do? That's why you got to talk with it. That's why you got to work with a doctor that's into fasting so they can work through that with you. All I'm saying is if your PCP doesn't want to get on that train, add a doctor in that will. And it may not be a doctor that you see in person. It may be an online doctor through YouTube videos or whatever, or it may be a subscription of some sort. I'm not skinny, but I'm in no way am I plus size, ma'am. I'm a fatty. I'm a fat fatty, and you are bigger than me. Stop it with that nonsense. I'm on a train of people getting caught up in dumb stuff. But they don't know it's dumb. So I'm here to tell it. I'm here to tell y'all it's dumb. Y'all don't know it's dumb. So I'm here to tell y'all that it's okay. I spent all that time explaining what happens to the body when you're eating, under eating, and fasting to point out that the only way body fat reduces is if you give it the instructions to do so. Now, if you're already on a smaller end, lower end of a BMI, then you do have to be mindful of ending up underweight. But if you talk with a doctor, a part of the conversation has to be, okay, yes, I don't want to be underweight, but this visceral fat weighs and it's heavy and I gotta do some about it. I can't just leave it there. Okay? Good night, Tamika. So I love you all. I know it's 4 hours, but it's not my fault. It's your fault. I don't even think people are... I think 4 hours is a little too long for people to be watching the playback, okay? But that's fine. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go home tomorrow. I'm looking forward to going home. Oh my God, thank God. Oh God, I'm so ready to go home. I'm so ready to go home. Where Layla went? Oh, she left me. She got tired of me. She left me, but good night to you all. Like the stream if you haven't already. Listen, BMI is not the end all be all, but you can't argue about that measuring tape around your waist. I already talked about it. Oh, you want to know yours specifically, Jen? I already talked about hip to waist weight ratio. You want me to tell you yours? Is that what you're saying? Good night, Lori. Thank you for participating. Is that what you're saying? I talked about hip to waist ratio. You want to know what the number is for you? Okay, so let me find out. It's 0.8. It's 0.8. Let me look it up again. What is a healthy hip to waist ratio? Oh, well, for women, it's 0.85 or less. And in order to find it, you take, Oh, no. I'm gonna tell you right now. In order to find it, you divide your waist measurement by your hip measurement. Hold on. Let me make sure I said that right. Measure your waist, measure your hips, divide your waist measurement by your hip measurement. So, for example, 28 inches by 38 inches. And that's how you will know. So your hip to your waist to hip ratio is 0.85 or less. I wish I had my measuring tape so I can do it for you guys, but I don't. So I need my measuring tape. I'm sorry. Hey Craig, how you doing? Thank you for the super chat. Digital tape measures are the way to go. Renfro digital tape measure is great because with the app you can track it over time. That is a good idea. I didn't know that existed, but thank you so much, and thank you for falling out of the out of the clouds. Um, I know I'm gonna miss it. Layla's the best. So are y'all gonna get y'all hip to weight ratios and like share them on the next stream? Some of us. Oh well, Jen was here. Jen was here the whole time. But you're right. You're right, Delilah. But I was asking Jen because I'm like, you were here, but that's fine. I was talking about a lot of stuff, so it probably got caught up. It probably got like lost in the sauce. But yeah, everybody get a measuring tape. And Craig says digital is better. So I'm probably going to order one of those. But if you don't have digital, get you a measuring tape, measure your waist, which is above your hips, but below your rib cage, typically around the belly button, but it might be a little skewed if you know, you have more midsection fat. But anyway, find your waist, measure your hips, hip bone to hip bone, okay? And I think you got to go around the butt to measure the waist. Let me see if it says it. Wrap the tape around the widest part of your hips, around the fullest part of your glutes. Yes. Okay. So go around the glutes and around the hips to the front of the thigh, or to the side. And divide your waist measurement by your hip measurement. Or is it the reverse? It's divide. Ooh, go what? No, it's divide your waist by your hip. Divide your waist by your hip. For women, it should be 0.85 or less. Waist is above the navel. Okay. It's the narrowest part of the abdomen. Hell no, I'm not a master. I hate measurements, Delilah. That's why I don't have mine. I hate measurements. I hate it. I hate it so much. But since people want to be all crybabies about BMI, measure that waist. And I bet you would say you big. Measure that waist. And we ain't talking about the ethnic groups with dispositions for visceral fat. It's only about 2 of them. So we ain't talking about them. With everybody else. I didn't want to stand up. I feel fat. Oh, it's a fat day. Oh my God. My stomach is bloated. Like, what did I eat? Oh, I did have some mac and cheese. That's probably why I feel bloated. Oh God, I'm stiff. Oh, hold on. Let me show y'all. Oh God. I don't have tape, but I'm going to show you guys. Oh, okay. Don't mind my baby T. Don't mind my baby T. I am a 3T, working on my 2T. Okay. I don't know baby sizes, but is that how that works? Okay. So my waist, Craig would be right because the smallest part would be above my abdomen. I mean, above my navel. He's right. He's correct. He's correct. So this is how you measure your waist. And then for my hips, it would be around the widest or the biggest part of my glutes. So it'd be like right here. Maybe right here. Yep. Maybe right here. Okay. So I'd wrap the tape around and then I divide. I hate ugh, hate it. I hate it so much. I hate measurements. I hate it. Matter of fact, when I do my DEXA scan, when I did it, my ratio was on there. It's on there. So I already knew my hip my ratio was in a safe range like 20-30 pounds ago. I'm vain, so I'm gonna keep losing weight. I got y'all. I will make a community post. Delilah. Okay. I need the numbers. Everybody won't cry about BMI, so I need the numbers. We're all vain. That's the spirit, Craig. 0.825 says Jazzy. See, Jazzy ahead of the girls. Like, y'all all playing and crying in the comments. Talk about make a community post. No, I will. I will. I will. I actually need to get up and finish packing so I could go home. But guys, mm, y'all wanna close out with some TikToks? Let's close out with some TikToks. I don't have any more commentary because people ain't gonna listen to me anyway. But you can't. But this is me doing my part. You can't ever say I didn't tell you. You can't ever say I didn't tell you. Okay. So let's run through some delusional TikToks.
I'm an astronaut in the moon. I stare.
I kind of want to go back to the conversation about BMI really quickly, because I know that when you look at the statistics, Black women are because of the BMI index are seen to be at more obese, I guess, percentage wise, than other populations. So I want to get into that, because how much of that
I hate y'all. I hate not you guys in the chat, but people to have this conversation. Black women, Black women, Black women. We are not majority like muscular, low body fat percentage, being miscalculated, false obesity. Like, stop. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, y'all just keep repeating this stupid shit. We are not all super muscular. When you're not even like physical fitness, unless you're an athlete, is like non-existent in the Black community. That's first of all. Like, that's first of all. And second of all, there's a promotion of being big. So let me just go ahead. Let me just
is based on BMI and BMI being based off of maybe not necessarily a diverse group of people.
So BMI was created by a math statistician, someone who was not really in healthcare, who was trying to just understand populations and trying to use it in a way where they were able to identify changes within a population. It wasn't really initially meant to be applied to someone's individual health. But through time, I think many people, through ease of calculating it, has used it in a way where we can try to define people who are high risk. And with that being
she talking about some I keep saying I ain't got no commentary, but he's spitting facts. We just talked about that. Let me let him finish. Let me shut up. Oh my God, I hate people.
Said we've kind of forgotten, many problems in medicine exist, where we've forgotten who is this study originally done on? Do the people who the study was done on look like the people we were talking to? And that's an important concept in science, where you're applying, making sure that the science behind the data is diverse so that you can apply it to a diverse population. And so what we found is that for Black women specifically, they tend to have higher BMIs than their white peers. But
higher BMIs or obese? Because that's where the gaslighting starts. Higher BMIs, sure. If I'm a 22 and you're a 19, my BMI is higher than yours. If I'm a 23 and you're a 20, my BMI is higher than yours. So what are we talking about? Say the word obesity. If you're not saying obesity, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about, because you're being disingenuous. But go ahead.
Does that translate to poor health outcomes? And not necessarily. There are studies that show that Black
if they are obese, yes, it does. Oh God.
Women or women who have higher BMIs can be metabolically healthier than their white counterparts who have lower BMIs. And I think it's about also how we hold weight. We know in medicine now that holding weight in different places of your body creates different risks. And so for those who might hold weight significantly in their abdomen, we know that that is a significantly increased risk of cardiovascular disease compared to women who might hold weight in their hips, their waist, their butt. And so I think that's a really important discussion to have, and understanding that it's not just about how much you weigh, it's about how you hold weight and also your metabolic health. And all of those factors can be different and so much more complex than a simple.
Listen to this shit. And when I tell my doctor I'm never going to be close to that BMI, what BMI? Because I know my body, she will still tell me to try and lose more weight, even though I'm training for a half marathon, do Pilates 3 days a week, and all my labs and vitals are normal. Let me tell you something. Maybe I'm not getting off this train after all, because I'm sick of y'all. Just because you are athletic don't mean you don't have too much body fat. Just because you are athletic don't mean you're not obese. That's not what that means. Just because you may be able to run and do workouts and do exercise and you don't have type 2 diabetes does not mean that your waist circumference is like a plus, is over a 1. What are we talking about? But whatever. What do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know anything.
If you've ever felt like BMI does not accurately reflect your health, you may not be wrong. All that BMI tells us is height and weight. It does not tell us how much of that weight is muscle. It doesn't tell us how much of that weight is fat. And it doesn't tell us where that fat is stored. And those things matter.
You see how everybody just sounds the same? This is why I be picking on y'all. Y'all all just repeating the same mantra. Muscle, 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 muscle. It doesn't tell your muscle. It doesn't tell your muscle. Muscle, muscle, bone density. Black women, European, white men. Like y'all all just repeating the same shit over and over and over again. Oh my God, let's just continue.
Two people can have the exact same BMI and one might be metabolically healthy and one might not be. This is where body composition can be really helpful because it tells us how much muscle you have, how much fat you.
Where are the obese people saying this? I need to hear some of them because all of y'all, none of y'all are overweight saying this.
You have and how this is changing over time. One of the features that I'm most excited about with Pedal.
The standard for a healthy weight didn't come from doctors. It came from an insurance company. And the history behind BMI is just as surprising. My name is Dr. Joel, the Medical Mythbuster, and today let's talk about the surprising history of BMI. In the 1830s, a Belgian statistician named Adolf Quetelet.
As a small Asian female who has hundreds of Asian patients, let me just tell you that we are most at risk of osteoporosis, aka weakened bones. Don't you see the cute little Asian ladies who are like 4'8"? Yeah, they used to be like 5 foot tall, okay? And that's because osteoporosis. Their vertebrae, the...
Let me show you how to move. Let me show you how to get that bad. You ain't never...
I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave. I promise. That's a wonderful way to put it, Craig. Body composition would actually diagnose more people with. That's what I've been trying to say for the past 4 hours, but I didn't think to say it that way. I just kept saying, y'all not all bodybuilders, but that's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. What is with these TikToks? Technically, according to the BMI, I'm overweight. You are. Like, it's okay if you're healthy, I guess, but like, what are we, are you saying are you doing that obese girl thing where it's like, I'm overweight, but I look good and the BMI don't matter. And it's like, okay, but like, that doesn't mean you're not. She did. She definitely did. Like, what is like, nobody, like, everybody doesn't have to be thin, okay? Like, everybody doesn't have to be thin. If you're a slightly overweight, I personally don't want to be, but okay, like, whatever. But it's just like, why do they do these TikToks like this? According to the BMI scale, I'm overweight. What BMI doesn't account for?
Very few people know the history of BMI. BMI is a measure of size.
You see what I mean? Oh my God. See, I don't want to do this way because I don't want to make it seem like I'm judging people based on their body, but they are the ones putting this content out. They are the ones standing in front of the camera saying, technically, according to BMI, I'm obese, I'm overweight. And you're supposed to look at them and be like, how dare that BMI say you're obese? Girl, you look good. And maybe they do. But it's just like, but are you though? Like, are you saying you're not obese? Are you saying you don't have excess body fat in the abdomen? Like, what is the point of the video? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Like, y'all kind of got a little bit of an obese, is what I'm asking, Sydney. Like, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say by saying, according to BMI, I'm obese? Like, are you saying you're not? Are you saying if you're not 600 pounds, you're not obese? If you're not 500 pounds, you're not obese? My 200-pound girlies, like, you're not 6 foot. And I don't even know if 200 pounds is obese at 6 foot. I don't know. But it's like, my 5'6" girls, 5'4", 220 pounds, 180 pounds, 200 pounds, 195 pounds. Like, so because you're not 300 pounds, it's like, look at what BMI said. It that I'm obese. Look at me. No, I'm not. And it's just like, let me let it play. Let me let it play. I promise, I swear to everything I love in my life, I'm not body shaming. I swear to everything in my life. I swear I'm not body shaming. I'm not. I'm just calling it like it is, which is excess abdominal fat. I ain't gonna even bother her hip fat. Excess abdominal fat. Does that mean she looks terrible? No. Does that mean she's ugly? No. But like, if you're gonna put yourself out there and say, remember, I'm supposed to be obese, I'm gonna say, well, you are. That don't mean you look terrible. Yeah, you are. You sure, Pam? All right. We did this experiment in real time. This is why I can't get out of here now. We did this experiment in real time. Let's go back. 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 Give me a second, y'all. I'm searching here. I don't stand up in a lot of my videos. Hold on. Okay. 8 months ago. What month are we in? There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. A lot of us are doing this based on the eye test, which is why I say just go ahead and use the chart. Just use it. You can throw it away once you're at a normal weight. Once you're on the lower end, you can throw it away at that point if you want to. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all one of my older videos where I stood up and asked y'all if I looked obese. Yep. Let's see, V. Let's see, V. I love being me. I'm a star. I'm a star. I love being me. Let's look at this. That's a good question. We should, y'all, why y'all up so late? Y'all should have been left y'all should have been left me here. Like, why are y'all up? Y'all the reason I can't leave. But let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all how let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let's put Pam's comment back on the screen. She might be considered overweight, but not obese. Okay. The answer, in reality, we don't know. I'm just taking her word for it. We don't know because we can't tell for some people when they're on the lower end of obesity. We can't tell based on the eye test, right? So let's watch this video. This is from a channel named It's Vanity. She's amazing. She's great. You guys should subscribe, okay? You guys should sub. 50, you're good, right? Because that would be me right now. Oh, we should do a fun experiment. 5'8". Oh, you're tall. You're a tall girly. Okay, so let me look up. So how far? Okay, sorry, Kim. Do you know how far away that is for your height? Do you know how in age? But I think it's really height. Do you know how far away that is from a quote unquote normal weight range? So is it 20 pounds away? Is it 30 pounds away? Is it 5 pounds away? Do you know? You late, Jen. John been rocking with us for like the past hour. No, I'm just playing. I randomly stumbled across this live. I happen to be on a health journey. Do you go live often? Yes, I go live every week, John. Hold on. We don't care about all that, V. Get to the point. Oh, or whatever. So the question is going to be, and yes, I'm asking to be judged because I want to see a thought experiment, right? I have this theory about why people are like so comfortable being overweight. And I think it's because we're desensitized to it. So this is an experiment to see how desensitized we are to the way we weigh and the way, you know, other people weigh or whatever, how big we're getting as a society, right? So this is a thought experiment. So I'm going to stand up, right? And I'm going to pace back and forth. I want y'all to tell me, would you listen, guys, would you think that I still needed to lose more weight? Right? If you didn't know anything about me and I told y'all that I lost 60 pounds, would you think that I still needed to lose more weight based on my height? I have a completely different mindset after learning about nutrition and how body works. Let us know more, John. So I'm going to stand up. I'm asking to be judged here. Okay. I'm asking to be judged. Don't call me fat because I am skinny. Okay. T with a T. Period, V. Don't do that. But I'm trying to assess people's perception on like what is obese, right? Would you look at me and think that I am obese? Matter of fact, that's a better question. Would you look at me? Not do you think I would need to lose more weight, but would you look at me and think that I was obese? So I'm going to stand up and just think of it as you don't know much about me. Okay? Because I have this theory that we all have weight blindness. We all have weight blindness toward ourselves, toward our family, toward the public. And I think that losing weight has increased our sensitivity to what's considered big and what's not, or obese. Okay. All right. So I'm going to show y'all. I don't want to walk out of the frame of the camera. I'm just going to walk back and forth a little bit. I'm going to pace. Can y'all see? I'm not going to suck it in. I have a habit of sucking it in. Okay. Would y'all think that I was obese? Would you think that I was obese? Okay. Nope. Not obese, but slightly overweight. John says no. That's an unfair question, because we know you want to lose weight. No. Okay. So here's the point that I'm trying to make. Okay. Here's the point. What point you trying to make, V? What point you trying to make? Oh, okay. You know what? Pat might have said it the best. Okay. Not obese, but slightly overweight. Okay. Overweight, but not obese. Okay. All right. So here's the point. See what I mean? This was 55 pounds ago. Do y'all see what I mean? I was still obese. Do y'all see what I mean? The eye test means nothing. It really means nothing. It really means nothing. I was just taking her word for it when she said she was obese. Because I know obese, the entry into obesity is not as big as we think it is. We are desensitized to weight gain. We are desensitized to obesity. We are desensitized to people being overweight. So our lovely Pam looked at this person that says they're obese and says, maybe she's overweight, not obese. Y'all said the same thing to me in real time. Y'all said the same thing. And y'all would all be wrong. Y'all would all be wrong. Now, I wouldn't look at somebody's body and guess obesity or not. But if they say they're obese because of the BMI, I'm gonna take their word for it. I'm gonna take their word for it. I just don't understand why they getting in front of the camera like, well, BMI says I'm overweight, I'm obese, and I like, okay, like, no, I'm saying y'all were delusional. Let me clear it up, cause no, I am the least delusional. I am saying that I was aware that I was still obese and needed to lose more weight. But I was trying to demonstrate that we will look at people and think they're not even that big. They're not that big because we're desensitized to what overweight really looks like. So I asked the question, okay, since we're doing the eye test, if you didn't know me and you saw me walking down the street, would you think that I was obese? The whole chat said no. The whole chat said no. Didn't mean I was ugly. Didn't mean I didn't look good. Didn't mean my outfit wasn't fly. The whole chat said no. Y'all delusional, not me. It was an innocent experiment. Innocent. That was 55 pounds ago, 8 months ago. That was 55 pounds ago. Because in the video, I said I have 60 pounds to lose. So that was 55 pounds ago. So the point that I'm trying to make is I knew I was still obese based on the BMI. I didn't cry about the fact that BMI said I was obese. I didn't cry about it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep losing weight. I'm going to keep losing weight. But I asked the eye test people, if you saw me walking down the street, would you think I was obese? Everybody said no. And that's my point. You can't go based on an eye test. But if somebody tells me they're obese based on the BMI, I'm going to take their word for it. So Pam was making a point, she might be overweight, not obese. And I'm like, are you sure? Now, I did see Pam added, not knowing height and weight. Yeah. Not knowing your height and weight. What weight at your height is in the obese? 164 and up. 164 and up. I'm about 145, 147, something like that. So that video, I was 55, 65, 75, 85, like 190, 185, 190. I probably said 60 pounds because I was talking about getting to 130. I don't think I was 195. I think I was 185 in that picture. So that was about 40 pounds ago. 40, 50 pounds ago. 45, 50 pounds ago. I don't think it was 55. I would not consider you obese either. Thicker in the lower body, which probably puts you in an overweight BMI. No, I was obese. The point that I'm trying to make, Pam, is that your eye test is flawed. Y'all keep trying to make stuff up instead of just going based on the scale. I didn't let it determine my level of health. But like y'all keep fighting against the scale for no reason. You don't gotta fight the scale. The scale is the scale. The scale is the scale. Once you get out of obesity, then fine. You want to throw the BMI scale away, throw it away. But it's like, y'all going on based on shapes and how good a person look and weird. Like, listen, Linda. Listen. If that 50 pounds ago put me in a normal weight range, I would be concerned. I would be concerned and I would still lose weight. So call me underweight now. But what I'm saying is the eye test is not the determining factor of what is obese and what is not. That's the problem with people now. Like, that's the problem with everybody being so desensitized to how big they really are. What we consider fat in America is probably obese. That's my point. What we consider a little overweight is obese. It's obese. What is considered normal is probably overweight. The average American is overweight, obese. Absolutely. What we consider thick is overweight as a country. Well, listen, in the Black community, what we consider thick is 100% overweight. 100%. And I'd say at least half the time it's obese. What we consider thick is 100% overweight. Whether or not that person is unhealthy, I'll leave that up for everybody else to judge or that person to judge. But half the time, definitely obese. No. It's not as much weight as you think, Pam. Thank you for being the example. I heard you. Thank you for participating. But that's exactly it's not as much weight as you think it is. For my 5'3" self, you definitely can. Absolutely. I can't stand when people are like, oh yeah, but you were cute. I'm still cute. A couple more TikToks and we'll go. But thank you, Pam. But that's my point. It's not as high as people think it is. I'm 5'3". By the time I get to 165, I'm back in obesity. I think it's actually 163. I'm back in obesity, right? And I'm still overweight until I get to 142. So it's not as much weight. And I honestly think, like, guys, like, I think 142, I'ma still be thick. But I still got more weight to lose. I can't do it. What I'm saying is, though, I could be on the higher end of a normal BMI and be thick. I could be slim thick, but I would like to be kind of in the middle, 130, 125, something like that. Something like that. But thank you, Pam. Let's play a couple more TikToks before we get out of here. I'm hooked now. I'm hooked now. These people are delusional. They're delusional. Let's see.
And this is why the number on the scale is absolute bullshit. So I'm actually classed as overweight.
Listen, hold on, wait a minute.
So I'm actually classed as overweight, according to this BMI chart right here. And to be honest, I would like to create a petition to completely remove the...
No, because I would argue she's fairly fit. I would argue you can tell she works out. So because people like her get classified as overweight, we got to do away with the whole system. Your sister 300 pounds, she need that chart. She need that chart. It's a fairly accurate predictor of what's to come if your sister 300 pounds. No, you can ignore the chart. Your sister need that chart. I wouldn't look at her and listen, the eye test. She says she doesn't classify as obese. She classifies as overweight. So people have a problem with the title. So what if they said above normal? Would we like that? Do we need to sign a petition to turn overweight to above normal? Would that be better on the soul? Like would your feelings hurt less, guys? I'm asking y'all in the chat. I'm asking y'all. Yes, the threshold for Caucasians is a lot lower to be considered overweight. It's a lot lower. When you get to the Black community, you get to get pretty damn far before anybody ever says it's an issue. In fact, they never say it's an issue. They probably don't tell you it's about time to put down the plate till you hit about 425. Like you can go to the moon in the Black community. But in the white community, they'd look at somebody that's roughly, I would say, higher end of a normal BMI to maybe 20 pounds overweight and look at that as a cow. Yeah, because white people have a standard of slimness, I guess. And that's probably based on European standards. In Africa, in a lot of African countries, it makes sense. Being fuller is more praised. That makes sense. But in the 21st century, when we talking about everybody being obese, I may as well say it because I keep saying it. Everybody being obese. Nah, we gotta get rid of some of that. Like, okay, fuller, yes, but no. So with her, people like her will speak and say, do away with the whole system. And then somebody 300 pounds will be like, yup, BMI ain't shit. Yup. My bones is dense. Yup. BMI is stupid. The scale is dumb. But you 350. I can't.
BMI as a measure of health. Clearly you can have two people of the exact same BMI but wildly different health statuses. It doesn't account for...
But their heights would also be different too, right? Y'all can't be this slow. Y'all can't. Like, their heights would also be different, right? Like, I could get to a 19 BMI, Jen could be a 19 BMI, but the weight that it would take for me to get there versus her would be different because we're different heights. Like, y'all take basic shit and just, oh my God, y'all so dumb.
I really admire the tenacity that high BMI women have on Hinge. For example, it's like
I'm gonna be gentle because I believe that this boy is in college, but I would just like to remind everybody from the PhD student stitching this video in nutrition that high BMI, if that's now being used as like an insult, it's really comical.
Yep, this is the problem with, okay, all right. Do away with BMI. The problem is y'all won't say obese. I see what's happening here. I've never watched this many TikToks in a row on the subject. I see what's happening here. They won't say obese. Y'all notice that? That's the problem. They'll say overweight. They'll say BMI verbally. Like when they do just the written words, they'll type out obese. But when they're speaking on it, they won't say obese. When thin people are speaking on the subject, they won't say obese. When an obese person is speaking on it through text, they'll write out obese. But they're basically trying to say, oh, but I don't look obese. The thin people aren't comfortable with saying obese, but they want to talk on the topic. Being offended on the behalf of others. I hate it. I hate it. What was her height, Sydney? I can look it up right now. How tall? Marilyn Monroe. We would also have to talk about like at what age, because I'm pretty sure her weight wasn't the same the entirety of her life. I'm pretty sure as she got older, she started to fill out more. If she's 120 pounds, 5'5", she's within a normal BMI. That's for one. But if the average woman, like when was she born? When was she born? When was she born? When was she born? Hold on. She was modeling in 1945, DOD in 1954. Okay, so what was the average weight in 1945? Female weighed around 114 to 121 pounds. Okay. We also have to consider that Marilyn Monroe, like we have to put this in perspective. She was in Hollywood. Hollywood is always going to have standards skewed to the further end of the spectrum. So if she's 120 and she's weighing what average women weigh, that means by Hollywood standard, the standard would be like 100 pounds, 110 or something like that. So to them, she would be overweight. And we know the population can't help but go by the celebrity standards. We know that. We know that. Now it makes me question all these thin actresses that people just saying they look too thin. Maybe they are really in a normal, healthy weight range for their height. Yeah, I try to stay out of the celebrity comparisons because some of them are perfectly normal within their weight. Like Jen, she's a celebrity. We showed her pictures, and some of them may be either on the lower end of a BMI or maybe slightly underweight. We don't know. That's a good point, Pam, but I think it's Pam, trust me on this. My gut is telling me that people are saying high and not specifying what high is on purpose. One, because they're repeating each other. It's groupthink, but it's also offensive to say BMI because obese, because think about it. Why would they get a violation for saying fat or obese? Why would that be offensive? Right? So whether they get a violation or not, the concept is offensive and they won't say it because if you start talking about obesity, then you got to start talking about health. But if you just say high BMI, because if one person is a 19, to that person, 30 is high. 30 is high. But if you're talking to a person that has a 40 BMI, 30 is lower. So it's like they never specify what they're talking about. They're just talking. There was a crew of thick white women with her. 120. I hope I'm thick at 120. Shit. I hope I am.
Considering.
If she respond to this DM, boy, you fucked up. She took
in my head, when I think of BMI being inaccurate in labeling someone as obese or not obese, it comes to mind like a strong person, a bodybuilder with a lot of muscle mass, that their BMI might look really high.
I would say that's the minority.
Oh, she said it. Hold on.
Of a wrong BMI. What I see more in my clinic, over 2,000 patients that I have doing body composition, is we tend to underdiagnose more than overdiagnose.
Oh, Lord, thank God somebody got some sense. Oh, God, thank you, Jesus.
See many patients with a normal BMI, but once you look at their body composition, they have higher body fat than muscle mass, and it's coming out as a normal BMI because
Craig called it. No, was it Craig? Who was it? Who called it? Craig called it. Craig called it. He said if we use body comp, more people would qualify. I've never heard of her, Craig. I ain't never heard of her. I ain't never heard of her. Okay? She said if we use body composition, more people will qualify. People are being underdiagnosed because we're not using body comp. Ooh. Ooh. BMI is misdiagnosing people. Okay, let's use body comp. Let's use body comp. You're big. You're big. And it's dangerous. You should do something about that. That was fire. That was fire. That was fire.
BMI is
In my head, when I think of BMI being
BMI, but once you look at their body composition, they have higher body fat than muscle mass, and it's coming out as a normal BMI because BMI is just a multiplication between height and weight. So if you average it out,
She meant division.
body fat and muscle, you may have a normal BMI, but that's not metabolically healthy. That's what we call sarcopenic obesity or skinny fat.
Have you skinny fat?
Heard of the obesity paradox? So I've decided to periodically answer some of the questions that you guys send me in the DMs. And so for today, I picked this one, which is from an older woman who is hoping and trying to lose weight and is feeling sort of frustrated. And I want to just give this caveat to losing weight in older adults that all of you should know. So a quick reminder that a normal BMI for all adults is about 18 populations and do not appear to apply well to older adults, meaning don't get too skinny. Okay, one important caveat.
Oh, God.
Hi, thank you for this comment. I think you were trying to roast me, but this is actually a fact. I do have a BMI of 30. Well, 29.3 to be more exact. I've been considered overweight my whole life. In middle school, elementary school, high school, I was always considered overweight. I remember vividly one time in high school, I did turn in the physical to the office, and right at the bottom of the page, it said overweight. And I was so embarrassed to turn that in and to have that written there. So my whole life I've been this way. I chatted with my dietitian because I go off of, facts and not just what pops up here, like you do. And we talked about BMI, and we talked about how it really isn't helpful for athletes. BMI doesn't tell you much. It just tells you what your height and weight and what that equals. I've said it before, I'm 5'10", 200 pounds. And I have about, and this is an estimate, but about 170 pounds of lean mass on me.
She don't count. I mean, okay, enough. Like, whatever. Whatever. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know. If you go by facts, why are you questioning them? I'm tired. How is she the exception? I'm hungry right now, but that's probably because I went to the gym and didn't finish my dinner. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't listen. All in all, fuck it. Like, listen, I listen, Linda. If you want to be tricked by a bunch of normal weight and slightly overweight people into ignoring BMI, be my guest. Be my guest. If you want to gaslight and say, but it's not a predictor of overall health, we know. It's a predictor of some things and not others. It doesn't account for muscle. What about the bodybuilders? Okay. I don't know. Like now I get why Jim just be like, I'm leaving them behind. Like now I get why Jen just don't have time. Like Jen just be like, let them stay in delusion. I'm leaving them behind. Like, I don't have time. Like, I get it now. I understand. You can't take everybody. You can't take everybody with you. You can't. You can't. I don't know. I don't know who these people are. I'm just scrolling through TikTok. You can't take everybody with you. So I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let that slide. But if I ever get anybody in my chat talking about you could be healthy and obese, or the BMI scale and obese. I'm talking to the obese people. Overweight and normal weight people, I'm not talking to y'all. Like, y'all are annoying as fuck. I'm sorry. As a nearly normal weight person, y'all are annoying as fuck. I'm not talking to y'all. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking to y'all. Oh, yo, BMI is useless because it doesn't apply to bodybuilders and Olympic rugby players. Exactly. Like, okay. All right. Okay, sure. Sure. Like, okay, whatever you guys say. I'm stay big if you want to. I'm sick of them. Jen be over it, and I understand why now. I've officially reached, like I said, I was tired before, but like I thought Instagram was bad. TikTok is worse. Like we need an hour of just going through TikTok alone. And we're already approaching 5 hours. So let me get out of here. I gotta get ready to go home in the morning. But I love you all. Use BMI, don't use it, don't care. Your doctor's gonna use it anyway. So either educate yourself about it, plus some additional markers to look out for, or be dumb. That's where we end. Absolutely. That's where we end. You can cry about BMI. Your doctor is still gonna use it. Okay? If you have abdominal obesity, you can cry about BMI all you want. That waist circumference is not gonna lie on you. It's not gonna lie. It's not gonna lie. Your titties are still gonna be heavy. Your back's still gonna be big. Fellas, the stomach, you're still gonna have to lift it up. Y'all still gonna be bumping bellies in the shower. Like, your whole friend group's still gonna be big. Y'all gonna be big together. The whole family's still gonna be big. Not me. Good night, Sydney. Good night, Jen. Not me. All right. So I love you all. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye.